identify synergies, capitalize on efficiency, and maximize potential. Then we can enjoy bringing creativity and expertise to a deal and execute it in our own way.
By consistently growing the value of its investments, Jinwell has built a network of partnerships with providers of quality the world over.
What's very important to us is to work with partners that are uncompromising when it comes to the refusal to accept mediocrity. Partners who have the courage of their convictions to go out and set new standards.
As we try and accomplish the goals that we've set out for ourselves, partnership helps us get from point A to point B. We as Mubadala are a very values-driven organization. In Jinwell, we have found a partner that not only shares the same passion for investing that we do, but also is a match for our values.
The mining business requires a long-term view. You seek partners who share your sense of social and environmental commitment.
When we look at a deal, we want to see positive developments, not just in the next few years, but also in 30 years' time.
And when you build on quality, you build for the long term. Whether you're building dynamic networks, pathways, relationships, or if you're building unstoppable momentum,
We have to be quick to recognize opportunities embedded in the markets based on law, jurisdiction, and culture.
when you collaborate thoughtfully and purposefully and deliver informed ideas with conviction, your actions influence others.
Jamal really understand luxury and the values behind Malaya. They understand the brand and they're nurturing us because they have a vision of where we are and where we need to be.
It's not just about the quality of your investment. It's how you do it that counts.
Caring about fair royalty rates for artists, songwriters, and content creators is by far the most important thing for art. If we're not supporting that artistic community, I don't think we'll be able to encourage that type of bravery and boldness that really creates the timeless classics.
It's about keeping to their word, meeting in person and believing in the handshake.
What do we look for in a partner? Someone first and foremost whose word is their bond. That when they say they're going to do something, you can bank it.
Trust is the fundamental aspect to our way of life.
Value shared is value gained.
I think the beauty in a partnership for us is to work with a collaborator that has reached not only into our world, but into other worlds. They make introductions to others that we could simply never make on our own. That makes us better, it makes us stronger, and it helps us to grow.
And true quality transcends language and culture.
The key to bringing different partners together is in finding ways that we can all work together.
We have worked hand in hand with Jinwell across multiple projects and multiple investments across multiple geographies.
Everything that they've done since we have become partners has reinforced the fact that they really mean it.
It's not just about making a quick fix. It's about making an impact.
It is about how each deal changes a community, a country, and the world.
Exciting value creation and loyal trust are the foundation. Nothing slips beneath. Loyal trust are the foundation. Nothing slips beneath.
Our approach is to fundamentally question how quality is created, how to enhance value, identify synergies, capitalize on efficiency, and maximize potential. Then we can enjoy bringing creativity and expertise to a deal and execute it in our own way.
Beneath. Slip beneath. Trust are the foundation. Exciting value creation and loyal trust are the foundation. Nothing slips beneath.
Our approach is to fundamentally question how quality is created.
Loyal trust are the foundation. Nothing slips beneath. For Jinwell, dynamic quality, exciting value creation, and loyal trust are the foundation. Nothing slips beneath.
Our approach is to fundamentally question how quality is created.
Is excitement something we can touch? How do you quantify luxury and inspire synergies that create value for everyone, whilst building trust and loyalty for a lifetime? For Jinwell, dynamic quality, exciting value creation, and loyal trust are the foundation. Something we can hear. Something we can hear. Is quality something we can hear? Is excitement something we can touch?
The mining business requires a long-term view. You seek partners who share your sense of social and environmental commitment.
When we look at a deal, we want to see positive developments, not just in the next few years, but also in 30 years' time.
And when you build on quality, you build for the long term. Whether you're building dynamic networks, pathways, relationships, or if you're building unstoppable momentum,
We have to be quick to recognize opportunities embedded in the markets based on law, jurisdiction, and culture.
when you collaborate thoughtfully and purposefully and deliver informed ideas with conviction, your actions influence others. Investment. It's how you do it that counts.
Caring about fair royalty rates for artists, songwriters, and content creators is by far the most important thing for art. If we're not supporting that artistic community, I don't think we'll be able to encourage that type of bravery and boldness that really creates the timeless classics.
It's about keeping to their word, meeting in person and believing in the handshake. It's about keeping to their word, meeting in person and believing in the handshake.
What do we look for in a partner? Someone first and foremost whose word is their bond. That when they say they're going to do something, you can bank it.
Trust is the fundamental aspect to our way of life.
Bank it.
Trust is the fundamental aspect to our way of life.
Value shared is value gained.
Fundamental aspect to our way of life. Fundamental aspect to our way of life.
Bank it.
Trust is the fundamental aspect to our way of life.
Value shared is value gained.
I think the beauty in a partnership for us is to work with a collaborator that has reached not only into our world, but into other worlds. They make introductions to others that we could simply never make on our own. That makes us better, it makes us stronger, and it helps us to grow.
And true quality transcends language and culture.
The key to bringing different partners together is in finding ways that we can all work together.
We have worked hand in hand with Jinwell across multiple projects, multiple investments, across multiple geographies.
Everything that they've done since we have become partners has reinforced the fact that they really mean it.
It's not just about making a quick fix. It's about making an impact.
It is about how each deal changes a community, a country, and the world.
Okay, good morning. I hope you enjoyed that little documentary video. Okay, let me see how many of you are here today. $18 students. How many are in the class? Would you know? I have a list for 29 people. Is what's the official number of that you all know as the latest? Anybody?
As I see from the portal, yes, 29%.
29%, no? Today I can see 19, which I could see the attendance here. Give me a second. Okay, so we have Regina, we have Chen, Faiza, Gita, Ho, Kaisera, Mohammed, Saizul, Nolizar, Nur Daina, Priti, is it? Prita, Rus Reswari, Saidatu, Salmi, Shivan Tan, then you got Zam. Noriani, Ratna, Ain, Lukman, and Sharil. Request to join. Okay. Actually, you don't need to. You can just join. Okay. I just put you in. Now I've posted the lecture notes on your WhatsApp. Did all of you get it? I think those who joined the WhatsApp group later may not get it, so you may want to get it from your colleagues, friends. I posted it last night. So if you are a member of this WhatsApp group, you should have the lecture notes for Bahasa version, the English version, and then you would have the actual act, Akta Syarikat 2016. Then you got the Capital Market Services Act 2007. Both the Akta are in there in English and in BM version. I posted also there's a quiz, there's an assignment, and there is a pembentangan. All right. So for the assignment, actually it's due later. It can be done in a group. So if you form a group of say 6 people, how many are you here? Roughly 6 people. So can you all arrange that for among yourself for the assignment, the 20-mark assignment? You can do a group assignment. I think 6 to a group is manageable. Are you happy with this arrangement? 6. Do you know each other well enough to form the group? 6 of you.
Yes, sir.
You can. So you put on the WhatsApp when you've sorted out, today, who are the members of your group. Then you put it on the WhatsApp, group 1, group 2, group 3, and so on. And you stick to it. So when you submit your assignment, you submit one assignment in the Microsoft Words, not PDF, don't PDF it. Then you put the members, the name of the members at the top with your student number, the group, okay? Then you can email to me. I'll give you my the email where you can send it in. This will apply to the assignment. For the pembentangan, actually, I am still thinking of how to do it. You can also form the same group, but I'll confirm that later. Then the quiz one, pembentangan, which is basically ask you to write something about company side. I think that one can be done individually. We'll do it in class together, okay? You can do it in Bahasa or in English. So for the medium of language for the classes, I think campur-campur lah. Kalau ada soalan, you can tanya BM or English. So I also will campur-campur in between English and Bahasa. Now, how many of you here are auditors? Type of 1 if you are an auditor, or got something to do with auditing lah. Internal auditor or
Me
external
COSEC,
auditor. Sorry?
doing COSEC.
Yeah, company secretary. Company secretary.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
so not really auditor lah. Auditor means internal auditor or what called external auditor. So company secretary will of a listed company or non-listed?
Listed and non-listed.
Okay, you're working for a company secretarial company lah.
Yeah, correct, sir.
Which one is this?
Somewhere in KL, KLCC.
Oh, KLCC. Okay, so should be one of the big five company secretarial companies lah. Where you take turns to go to attend board meetings, right? Yeah. So you guys will be very busy because of all the new corporate governance rules, listing rules. Ada banyak kerja to do, and the company secretary have to be, yeah, your MA Malaysian Code on Corporate Governance 2021 up to scratch lah. Before they come out with a new one. I think a new one may be coming up soon to cover all the ESG risk management compliance. A lot of compliance, this company secretary thing. So you have come to the right place. Sorry?
We we have to appoint lawyer also afterward for HDN.
Yeah. Because you take some specialized knowledge, especially with the new Akta Syarikat also 2016 also been tested in the courts. So a good example is one listed company actually tried to sue the auditor for coming up with a adverse audit report, which has never happened before. So all these lawyers are all now testing the new Akta Syarikat 2016. Okay, so just now I played the video on Ginwell. So Ginwell is actually a investment company. So what it does is that this investment company will take money, not take money lah. Investors can put money with Ginwell, and Ginwell will invest the what do you call it, the money in investments lah, either shares or in projects, to try to generate a profit or income or return for the shareholders, not shareholders, for the investors. Okay, investors. So if you are a very rich person with lots of money, would you put your money into Ginwell, right, to invest with them or not? That means they will look after your money and invest the money for you to get a return. How many of you would do that after watching what they can do lah? Okay, you can type a one in your in your chat box if you are the ones going to put money with it. Let me see how many of you would do it. Maybe type one in the Q&A lah. Chat box or Q&A? Maybe chat box. Okay. Anyone? Nobody.
Cannot access to the chat box.
Cannot access to chat box. Let me have a look. More actions. Under setting. Accessibility. Just give me a second while I try to sort this technical problem. I have actually allowed question and answer. I don't know why I cannot. But anyhow, verbally, how many of you would invest in the? Can others open the chat box? Can others open the chat box?
Me also cannot.
Oh, cannot. Q&A. I was going to check out why this problem. Okay, we'll sort it out later. Okay, how many of you would invest in this company after watching that presentation? Verbally, anybody?
You mean before or after seeing Jello?
Okay. So you recognize his face, huh? All right. Actually, this video is already removed from the YouTube, but I happen to have recorded it before they removed it lah. So I got a permanent record of it. So he actually, he's involved in the 1MDB scandal, as you probably would know. So before that, he actually also tried to get people to invest in his company called Jinwell, uh, internationally from Hong Kong and so on. So he's actually got he created some level of credibility by partnering with quite renowned people, like the Arabs, the Saudis, and then with the prominent bankers, Goldman Sachs, and so on. So sometimes, when people want to trick you, they would appear to be very impressive, right? To be very impressive in order to get you to trust them. The word is trust. So when you trust them, then you put money lah, right? You put money with this. It's a scam. It's really a scam. So his biggest scam, of course, was his involvement with 1MDB, where he set up this elaborate scheme to siphon money out from 1MDB and basically siphon it out cross-border into other countries like Singapore, Cayman Islands, the UK, US, and then he used the money that he siphoned out to actually spend lavishly, like going out with pop stars and making movies, Hollywood movies, buying yachts, buying aeroplanes, billions, billions. So all this can happen because the people, the goalkeepers, or the watchdogs or the corporate policemen, they are all somehow uh, asleep or is being compromised. Yeah. Now let me ask you a question: should the auditors be blamed for the 1MDB scandal or not? Auditors.
Yes.
Anybody? Yeah. The auditors involved are the big four auditors. They're not the small auditors. They are like KPMG, Ernst and Young, Deloitte, and the only to give credit, Pricewaterhouse is the only one that is not involved in the 1MDB scandal, because the other three big auditors at one stage or another actually sign off the financial statements and accounts of 1MDB and say that the accounts are this Bernard and Saksama. That means the accounts are true and fair, right? They sign off. So when they sign off, it's a signal to the world and then to investor that 1MDB is clean, is proper. The accounts are kept, the money are real, the investments made are real, So the auditors, to some extent, I would say to some extent, cannot be fully blamed because there are other players also in this fraud case. But I would say that the partners, the auditing firm, one of the parties to be blamed. All right, but let me reverse the role again and say that you are the auditor or you are the audit partner. Say like you are KPMG, or Deloitte, KPMG, and the night before the accounts are due to be signed for 1MDB, you are called to the Prime Minister's home. All right, and then the Prime Minister at that time tells you, please sign off the accounts. Would you sign or would you not sign? How many of you would sign?
Will not.
You wouldn't sign, is it? Or you will sign? Imagine the
will
Prime
not.
Minister. You won't sign, is it? You go there, you puta, don't want to sign. Okay, then but standing outside the door is two special branch officer with guns. Right? So, the Prime Minister looking at you, looking very agitated. I would think that a normal person at that time, would probably be inclined to sign because of, number one, there could be some kind of punishment, inverted commas, if you don't, right? If you don't, and if it's the highest power to be in the country, I guess you would sign, and also he may have promised you very much more better business, right? I say, okay, I'm going to give you many more companies to audit. Yeah. Now, Do you know how much, for example, audit fees? Do you know how much auditors charge Maybank 1 year for audit? Take a guess. Maybank. How much do auditors charge Maybank for audit fees 1 year?
Maybe a million?
How much? How much? I can't hear you too clearly. How much you think they charge? Can you repeat?
Million?
3 million, huh? Any other guesses? Any other guesses? The answer is 25 million. Okay, so every year Maybank is being charged 25 million or more for audit fees. So it is quite a big business for auditing. So if the Prime Minister to be at that time promised you 5 or 6 companies, that's already 100 and 200 million extra fees. So I can see why the partners at that time actually sign off the accounts are true and fair, because they thought the Prime Minister will be still the Prime Minister in 5 years' time or 10 years' time. So, but as it as we have, now that we have hindsight, that Prime Minister at that time didn't last and was and lost his job. So if I was the auditor at that time and if I know the future, then of course I won't sign. But nobody at that time thought that could happen. So if they sign off, they may be rewarded with 100 or 200 million ringgit worth of new jobs, audit jobs. Yeah. But it turned out to be not true. So when the Prime Minister at that time lost his power, then investigations went forward. I think the Auditor General is the auditor for the government, right? So for private companies or companies listed on Bursa, the auditors are the licensed auditors, right? Whereas for the government, the Auditor General is the one that go and audit. So 1MDB is a bit of a gray area because it's a company and it's probably regarded as semi-government. So nobody was looking at it at that time in detail. So when the ex-prime minister went, a lot of investigations, the forensic audit was carried out. That means auditors are called in to actually go and look in detail at the accounts. So that's when the CEO of 1MDB, Arukanda, was charged in court for fraudulent accounting, right? And together with the ex-prime minister, right? So the name of the short and long of the story is that auditors do play an important role in corporate governance and to ensure that accounts are reliable. So in 1DB, the accounts are actually not true and fair. The financial statements do not represent the true situation of the company. Just strictly from a point of view of is the accounts benar dan seksama, the answer is it should be no. So if the auditors have signed off and issued a qualified report, right? As in sign off and issue a clean report because auditors have to express an opinion when they finish the audit. So the four possible opinion is clean report, no problem with the company, it follows accounting standards, it's going concern, no problem. Then you have qualified report, right? Qualified report, there's something wrong with the report, the auditors are qualified. And you have adverse report that the accounts actually give not true value and is actually fraudulent. And then the fourth type of report is a disclaimer. The auditor don't know enough to express an opinion. For example, ada kebakaran, the fire burned down the building, the office, no records available. So the auditors cannot express an opinion. Yeah. So the idea of showing you that video is, number one is the characteristics of the auditor is the auditor should be independent. Number two is the auditor should be skeptical, right? You must question. Number three, it must be brave also, because If you're not brave, you cannot stand up, right, to powerful personalities who sort of try to twist your arm to sign. And then number four is ethics lah. Just now we saw that video. They keep stressing on trust, honesty, and all those things. So a lot of big words, but you have to see through, see through all the jargon and all the nice words and things like that. As in, in essence, is management or the CEO or the board of directors, are they really honest or not? Are you telling the truth? So to be a what they call it, a good auditor, first you have to understand the business. If you don't understand the business, it's very difficult to audit the company or business. So that's why they are specialist auditors. Some auditors are very good at insurance, some are good at banking, some are good at manufacturing. I know of an audit firm that only specializes in steel mills, right? Because they have done so much work, so they're expert in the area. So the auditors, no auditors may have the same expertise. It's just like doctors, they're specialists in different fields. So, so if you are doing a manufacturing company, you may want to select an auditor that is more well versed in this area. But some auditors, of course, they have many partners. Could be a few hundred partners, for example, Ernst and Young's. So they may get the auditors with the specialized knowledge to audit certain companies. Yeah. So the characteristics of a good external auditor lah. Okay, so must understand the business model, how it works. Number two is must have independence, right? Independence in appearance and also in fact lah, inside, right? He's not swayed by what call that conflict of interest. What are some examples where auditors can be swayed by this? Is if the auditor is auditing a company and inside there is a relative, a close relative working in senior management, then this auditor may have to disclose, his conflict of interest, the situation, and then distance himself lah. That means he cannot audit because of this situation. He cannot borrow money from the company. That means he may be influenced by that. And nowadays, given the Enron scandal, which we will look at the video later, they are not really allowed. They're not allowed to do consulting service. If auditor is doing audit, they are discouraged very strongly from doing consulting service. So if they need to do some specialized consulting service that's in connection with the audit, they need to get approval from the Jawatan Kuasa audit, the audit committee. So audit committee is actually a sub-panel from the board of directors to select the independent directors to form this committee, audit committee. And this is a committee that are the internal policemen of the company. They are not involved in operations, but they're involved in matters of corporate governance and whether the company comply with the law. If it doesn't, this subcommittee is supposed to whistleblow and report the matter and ensure that this matter is being resolved lah. So the auditors would deal with the audit committee as a communication channel. So apart from this, also the auditor need to be skillful in terms of the knowledge of the accounting standards, because accounting standards are changing quite rapidly. In fact, going forward, there may be, say, auditing standards on environmental, social, and governance, ESG. So there may be things that the auditors have to audit that's not financial, but more of ESG matters. This going forward, it will be like that lah. The only consulting work that auditors are allowed to do now is there is a requirement for the penyata kawalan dalam dan pengurusan risiko in the listed companies annual report. There's a statement of internal control and risk management that needs to be audited. So if the current auditor is asked to do this work, is normally allowed, the audit committee will report, they will charge an additional fee, but this will be considered as additional work. But they are not allowed to do other work like advisory on taxation, advisory on merger and acquisition, right? That kind of thing they are no longer allowed to do if they are the auditors. Why they're not allowed to do? Because if you're earning a lot of fees from this work, can you be truly independent in your audit when you audit the client or not? You may be not independent because you takut, you may lose the job, the job. So you may earn 20 million to do consulting, but you only earn 5 million to do audit. So of course you give preference to the consulting work because earn more money. And this is exactly what happened in the Enron case, Enron scandal, where the Enron earns very much more in terms of consulting work than audit work. So the auditor at that time is called Arthur Anderson. So they actually collaborate with the client to to help them to do creative accounting, to cook the books, so to say, to report very good profits that are not real in order to drive up the share price. Why they want to drive up the share price? Because the management gave themselves a benefit called employee share scheme, called ESOS. So they gave themselves a lot of ESOS. So how they make money is they would release these good results, inverted commas, presume good results, and then the share price go up many times up because of the positive news. And then they will exercise the option, which is at a much lower price, and then sell it and make a profit. So this management made millions and millions from this kind of scheme. So in the 2000, in the year 2010, 2000 onwards, a lot of fraud happened because of creative accounting. Fraud happened because of this issue called ESOS, Employee Share Scheme, that encourages management to cook the books. Now, even nowadays, there are many cases of companies doing this called creative accounting, okay, creative accounting or fraudulent accounting, because they want to make the result look better so that they can get better bonus, yeah, and so that they can drive up the share price, or they may want to borrow money from the bank, so they try to cook the books to make the results look better, yeah. So when the results are better, they have got a better chance to get a bank loan. So this is just a brief introduction, right, to what is the current situation on the auditing professions. Okay, apart from external auditors are required by Akta Syarikat 2018, which I have attached a copy in the WhatsApp. So if a company if it's a company under Akta Syarikat, Akta Syarikat require all these companies to be audited at least once a year, right? Once a year, by a licensed auditor. So if you're an accountant, it doesn't mean you can be an auditor. You need to also sit for a test and be interviewed by the Ministry of Finance, to be issued with a license, audit license, which is good for 2 years. Every 2 year renew lah. And if you want to audit a listed company, you have to go and get another license from the Audit Oversight Board, AOB, which is actually what they call that, the auditor of the auditor. Parked under the Securities Commission. Security Commission is the corporate policeman of Malaysia. And then with this license, then only you can be engaged as an auditor, to audit companies. So this is for companies under Akta Syarikat. Okay. Now there are also other type of auditors, apart from external auditors. There's Juru Audit Dalam. Have you heard of this? Juru Audit Dalam. They are internal auditors. Now, internal auditors is a best practice required under corporate governance for listed company, where listed companies are strongly encouraged to have an internal audit service provider or in-house external service provider, or outsource internal audit function, or they can have what do you call that, in-house, or you can have outsource internal audit, Juru Audit Dalam. This is strongly encouraged under the listing rule. Bit of a glare there. So these internal auditors would be reporting directly to the audit committee on matters relating to internal control in relation to what do you call it, fraud issues, operational issue, weaknesses, and so on. Okay, let me ask you a question. So we have under private sector, we have Akta Syarikat, external auditors. Now, who audits the government? Who audit the government? A lot of scandals that happens with the government, isn't it? Really? It can be federal government and state government. Anybody who actually audits the government, Kerajaan? Who audits the government?
Jabatan Audit Negara.
Yeah, the Auditor General. They call him Auditor General. So the Auditor General is nominated at the moment, nominated by the Prime Minister, but approved by the Agong, right? So he's nominated by the Prime Minister, and then Agong approved. So once he's appointed, he cannot be removed unless it is by way of misbehavior, yeah, or maybe due to ill health or retirement. He stays in the place, and his report will be issued to the parliament, the parliament. So in the state matter, it will be given to the state parliament, right? So normally a copy is given to the cabinet, not for approval, but for them to get ready in case they get tembak. So once the report come out, normally a lot of issues, so they will give it early to the cabinet for them to look see, so that they get ready for normally the parliament in the opposition party will raise up a lot of this issue. And in the past, it used to be swept under the carpet, but recently the good things happening is that they decided to look in greater details into the Auditor General findings, and they may actually amend the law to give some power to the Auditor General to actually do something about it in a panel to follow up, whether they should punish those people involved in some scandals, or get them to be charged in court, or get them demoted, from those departments if it's found that they are held liable for those mismanagement. The mismanagement, it could be mismanagement, it can be fraud, we don't know unless the auditors come up with a detailed report, the Auditor General. So if you go to any state, you find that there will be a building called the Audit Office, right? So Putrajaya, you find there will be a block of building. If you go to Ipoh, Meruraya, you'll find that there's a Jabatan Audit, there. So every state will have a building, and all these people will have an audit program, and ultimately the boss is the Auditor General. You'd be pleased to know that the Auditor General now is a lady. Previously, it was a guy. Then it was replaced by a lady, and then the lady left. So this current one is also a lady. Now, what's the qualification for auditors? Qualification for auditors is generally for external auditor, it will be you need to get an MIA or MACPA. Then you need to work 2 years with the accounting firm. Then after that, you attend an interview with the Ministry of Finance, and then if you pass, you'll be given a license. And then if you want to audit listed company, you go to interview with the Audit Oversight Board to get the additional license. Now, what is the qualification of the Auditor General? Anybody? Qualification of Auditor General? This is under the Audit Act, and if you look under the Audit Act, under the Parliament, the Act, What's the qualification? Anybody? Of the Auditor General. Any volunteers? Since the chat doesn't work, you can unmute. I have 22 people now, so more are coming in. Anybody? What's the qualification of the internal audit of the attorney, the Auditor General? No guesses? If you look at the Audit Act, there's actually no clear definition as what the qualification of the Auditor General is. It's very funny. There's a say that, in fact, the previous Auditor General, the lady, has a degree in arts, so doesn't really have a background in auditing. But the previous auditor, General, it was rumored that is a close associate of the previous Prime Minister. So the previous Prime Minister actually appointed her, maybe because, not appointed her, recommended her or nominated her, and then the Agong basically would rubber stamp and just approve lah. So there's no fixed qualification. Doesn't have to be what they call it, a qualified auditor or accountant. Is a bit strange, but I believe that the current Auditor General is actually a qualified accountant. Okay. Any questions so far? Okay, I found a problem. I think now you all can access the chat box already. There's a setting that actually stopped. Can you test the chat box now? Whether you can do the chat box now? Or the Q&A, on the Q&A?
Boleh, sir.
Yeah, can
We can open the chat box.
Still cannot. Something wrong. Okay, any questions so far? Okay. Now we look at the lecture notes. I will try to attach a lecture notes. The lecture notes is in your WhatsApp. So saya akan guna bahasa English lah. You can refer to your BM, which is also sent to you. Oh, okay. Somebody say testing. Can lah. That means can approach the under the Q&A. Testing. Yeah, just posted one word called testing. Can you see it? Okay, good. Good. No, you can under Q&A you can start typing in. Okay, now we will look at the lecture notes. Okay. Okay. Oh, what's wrong with it? I have some problem trying to share this. Let me try again. Okay, can you see the notes? Can you see the notes? Okay. This is also in your box already, your WhatsApp box. Okay, let's run through this. So what is auditing? Basically, auditing is a critical examination of penyata kewangan by an accountant. Well, I use the word accountant because in America, when they say accountant, they actually mean an auditor. In US, so in US, they say an accounting firm. Actually, they're referring to a audit firm. But in Malaysia, it's a bit different. In Malaysia, you cannot call yourself an accountant unless you're actually registered with the MIA, but you can call yourself a finance manager or a head of finance or financial controller. But officially, you cannot call yourself an accountant in Malaysia unless you are a member of the Malaysian Institute of Accountants. But being an accountant in Malaysia does not mean that you're an auditor. You have to go further to go and what do you call that? Work 2 years with an accounting firm, public accounting firm, and then get your interview with the Ministry of Finance in order to qualify as a licensed auditor. If you want to audit a listed company, you have to go and get another license with the Audit Oversight Body, AOB. Okay. However, in America, they use the term interchangeably. You can call yourself an accountant, and people understand that sometimes, not understand when you use the word accountant, they also mean auditor, yeah, in US, United States. So don't be confused. They talk about accountant in some documentaries. They're actually referring to auditors in America, US. So the objective of auditing is necessary to have objective verification. Whatever don't get audited usually don't get done one. So if you say it's been audited, it will be audited, then people will be more hardworking to make sure that they don't get caught out. So it is necessary for objective verification. Now, if I ask you to prepare your own report card after exam, obviously the results will always be good. So this report card needs to be verified by independent party. So it is a third party verification by bebas independent, experienced, and also qualified staff auditor. Now, the purpose of an audit is to provide independent view of a certain matter, such as financial statements. Other things also get audited, yeah. For example, like forensic audit, which is a special investigation. But when we talk about this course, we refer to the audit by the auditor under Akta Syarikat 2018. Sometimes the audit may be requested by the owner of a business or interested third party, like creditors, or it can be you want to buy over the business, so you do a due diligence, you send an auditor to check the books. Now, if somebody want to sell you a business and give you a set of management accounts, would you accept that? Somebody want to sell you a business and give you a set of management accounts. Is that enough? And then you go and ask your auditor, your accountant, to go and check the management accounts. Is that good enough for your due diligence?
Not good enough.
Yeah, it won't be good enough because you need to get audited accounts. So you ask for audited accounts. If they say don't have, then you better run for your life. Because management accounts is actually prepared by yourself, by the person. It's not been verified by third party, right?
Yeah.
So you should ask him, can I have a set of your audited accounts first? Even for income tax, they will ask you to submit if you are running a business, to submit to them a set of the audited accounts. But that's a starting point. Then supplementing the audit accounts could be the management accounts. Right, so management account basically is a follow-up to give you a more granular or more detailed view of the accounts. But the starting point is always the audited accounts. The second thing is that if the auditor is a Wong Afat and Sons, Wong Afat accounting firm, can you trust the auditor or not? Have you ever heard of Wong Afat? At the bottom there, you notice auditor is Wong Afat, or Alibaba. Can you trust the auditor? So you got to be smart also, Sometimes you given a set of audit accounts, you look at the name of the auditor. If the auditor is a very small firm, you may want to take your car, drive to the office and check out on the resource of this auditor. If you go there, you find that it is a one-room office with only 2 staff, or maybe worse still, no staff there. Then you have to be careful. Although he may be licensed, but you got to look at the credibility, appearance. Where's the office? If the office is in some terrace house, you go there, it's a terrace house, it's not an office, it's a red flag. Because in some of the other scandals, like you've heard of Bernie Madoff scandal, the US scandal, This guy siphon out, it's something like Jolo. He set up a investment company, and he invited people to invest money with him. Then he invests money in stocks and help them make a return. So the accounts is actually audited by a small one-man auditor, and that auditor happened to be a relative of Bernie Madoff. This is one of the Ponzi scheme scandal in the US that we will look at later lah. So remember, after you get your set of audited accounts, look at who is the auditor and go and check out the auditor. How to check out the auditor? Because at the bottom there, where they sign, there should be a license number. You go to MIA, you check the license number, you can get his address, right? Or in fact, the address should be also imprinted on the audit report lah, at the bottom there. And you go and pay a visit to them, have a chat with the people there, partner, whether it gives you a good feel or not. If it's an office with 10 or 20 people, in a reasonable office, and they appear to be working away, there are files everywhere, then give you some comfort lah, that you can boleh percaya itu audit accounts. So the purpose of audit is to provide independent view, but of course check out the auditor also, whether the auditor is credible. Sometimes this auditor license also expired already. They still do audit work, which is not illegal. So, or some people do audit work without license, pretend to be auditor. There are some cases like that. There are cases where people pretend to be doctor also. It came out in newspaper, they audit the Pantai Hospital or someplace. There's some joker wearing a white coat, walking around, and people actually thought he was a real doctor. And in fact, he actually treated some patients. So, you have to double confirm on the credibility, check the license and so on. So financial statements that are not audited may contain material errors, wrong computation, assets sold but not recorded, assets overstated, expenses recorded in the wrong accounting period, inconsistent accounting policies. 1 year use straight line depreciation, the second year use diminishing value. So if it's inconsistent, it's no good. It should be consistent, and not adhering to approved accounting standards. Now, what is approved accounting standards? In Malaysia or internationally, there's no freestyle when you do accounts. You cannot simply come up with your own format for kunci kira-kira, balance sheet, or the penyata, untung rugi, cash flow statement. You cannot. These forms and format are already prescribed in Akta Syarikat. So you look at the Schedule 7 and so on, you find that the format actually is really there. You cannot have your own freestyle. You must follow what is prescribed. And similarly, for items in each item of the balance sheet and the P&L and cash flow, dan dalam nota and so on, there is a prescribed method to record. For example, there is an accounting standard that actually records revenue, pendapatan. Then there's another accounting standards to deal with assets, fixed assets, and so on. So every item is governed by approved accounting standards. Now, approved accounting standards are issued by a body called the MASB, Malaysian Accounting Standards Board. And the Malaysian Accounting Standards Board is a statutory body that is empowered to issue Malaysian accounting standards. They get their input from international accounting standards. So whatever happened in the international arena, normally the MASB would adopt that standard to ensure that there's some kind of convergence between Malaysian accounting standards and international standards. Now, why must we follow international standards? Because Malaysia is a small economy, right? We want to attract investments from overseas. So in order to do that, we must follow international best practices. So how to do that? We must show proof that our standards is online or in line with the international standards. So whenever the International Accounting Standards Board come up with a particular standards, Malaysia will also mirror that. And then they would circulate this for comment for a certain number of days. And then they would approve that. and then it'll be sent to the Parliament under the Financial Reporting Act, and where it will be gazetted into law. So an accounting status is actually law, under the Financial Reporting Act. It's not something that you can sort of play and no need to follow. If you don't follow and you're found guilty to be circumventing it, you can be charged in court, and there are penalties if you are convicted on this. It can be fine or jail or both. In fact, I sent you a slide, not a slide, WhatsApp attachment of an auditor actually went to jail. I think it's called Yuli Corporation Berhad, for helping the accountant to inflate the revenue, which is a very common thing. Why they want to inflate revenue? Because they want to report better profits. And it's very easy to do so. For example, if I want to inflate profit for my company, which is a manufacturing company, I'll just pass a journal entry just near to year end, debit trade debtors, credit sales, say 10 million. What's going to happen? I pass a journal entry. It will increase my debtor by 10 million and then increase my sales pendapatan by 10 million. Now, are there any costs involved? There are no costs because it's a fictitious entry. In other words, I would have inflated my profit by 10 million also, because there's no corresponding increase in cost. It's just a journal entry. So this is often used as a technique by directors and CFO, or in collaboration with each other, to inflate the profit, inflate the sales. All right. And this is, if you are caught doing this, it can be punishable by a jail sentence. This happened in Enron and WorldCom, some of the scandals that happened in the United States, and the characters and people involved are jailed for 10 years or more when they went to court and they are found guilty of doing such a thing. Okay, so hence an independent audit is to give a reasonable assurance. The word reasonable because it cannot be absolute, right? Reasonable, because if the fraud is very well designed, it can also fool the auditors. So the independent audit can only give reasonable assurance to users that the accounts are free from material errors. Experience and qualification of auditors, we have described that. Actually, this is wrong. It's not from Bank Negara anymore. It's from the Ministry of Finance. You may want to put a note there and change. It's actually the Ministry of Finance to practice as an auditor after obtaining the qualifications, and then the 2 years work experience with a public accounting firm, then attend the the interview with the Ministry of Finance. Types of auditors. Here we have three main types here, but actually there are more. So independent external auditor or company auditor, internal auditor, statutory auditor. Maybe you want to put a bracket, call this auditor general. Auditor general, okay. There are also other type of auditors. Other books say they are external auditor, internal auditor, government auditor, or the auditor general. Then you also got the investigator. For example, tax office, customs, right? All these fellas, all these agencies have audit power also. They can come and audit the books. In fact, tax office auditor is worse than external auditor. See, external auditor come, they request the books, and they're quite civilized, no problem. They will do the work. For a tax investigator or tax auditor, they can have the power to come into your house and to your office with the potong scissors, the big plier, to open your door or kick in your door or whatever, and come in and seize your books and take the accounts back to the tax office. They have that power if they have enough evidence to show that you are a potential tax evader. Okay, so the tax officer or the tax auditor has much investigative power than the external auditor. External auditor has a power to ask you for your books, you are supposed to give the books and the data and information to the external auditor under Akta Syarikat. If the external auditor has been appointed as the auditor of a company, he comes to the company to start the audit, he has the power to ask for information and data and interview staff, right? And if you do not give the data or the information to the external auditor, you can be charged under Akta Syarikat 2016. And if found guilty, you can be fined and jail or both, right? Tax office, they can just come and grab whatever they need, and you have to cooperate. You cannot say, I don't want to give, you must give, okay? Now, for government auditor or the auditor general, he has a power to request for all the books and information from the government officer. And if he doesn't cooperate, again, this is offense under the National Audit Act. What are the types of audit? So external auditor report to the shareholder on whether penyata kewangan ada benar dan seksama or not, true and fair. Internal auditors are usually appointed by the audit committee, jawatan kuasa audit of a public listed company. They are strongly mandated by the corporate governance guidelines of Bursa Malaysia, like to have internal audit function. So juru audit dalam fungsi boleh outsource under outsource service, or it can be in-house. Now, which is better? Of course, smaller companies would prefer to have the outsource, because then they don't have to maintain the in-house, which can be expensive. In-house auditor, you have to pay EPF, pay SOCSO, salary, and so on. So outsource, maybe you only pay when they come to do the service. And these auditors, internal auditors, they report directly to the audit committee. Any questions so far? Any questions so far? So before I forget, if you all can put on your camera just for 2 minutes, so that I have at least say that I've met with you all, and have recorded it as part of the confirmation. Okay.
Sorry, sir. I'm unable to on my camera. I don't know why.
Sorry, sir, can hear you.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I was unmuted. I was muted. Okay, you all got any questions to ask so far? Do not hesitate to unmute and interject, makes it more interesting. Any questions? Later, we will be watching a documentary called Enron. Any of you heard of Enron before? Enron, Enron. If you look at your lecture notes, your lecture notes, one of the topics in chapter 2, if you open up your handphone, WhatsApp, chapter 2 is rather lengthy story or event in relation to Enron. Under chapter, let me see, chapter 2, yeah, chapter 2. If you look at chapter 2, there's a topic called creative accounting scandals, such as Enron, WorldCom, and the Sarbanes-Oxley Act. Afterwards, we'll be seeing this is quite about 1 hour and a half documentary. Now you got to excuse the language in the documentary because it's an American documentary. It's not edited, so you may find some foul words, coming out in the documentary. I hope you all will excuse that. I try to censor it, but it's difficult. It's one of the original documentary on this accounting scandal called Enron. Is a very big one. Have you heard of Enron? Any of you? Raise your hands if you did. No. Shake your head. Yes. No. No. Oh no. What about Salmi? Yes. No. No. Saidatu? No. Sawan? Sorry. Anybody? Yes. The other way around.
No.
Anybody? Yes. Huh? Enron. Never heard of it. I
Yes.
think.
Never.
Okay, only a few of you heard of it. It's a very big accounting scandal that happened in about the year 2000 something, 2000. So that scandal, I think, resulted in losses of a few hundred billion US dollars, and many people lost their savings. So Enron was a very big company in United States, and the management and the auditor were involved. The auditor was called Arthur Andersen. Last time there are big five auditors, in the world. It was Deloitte, Ernst & Young, KPMG, Pricewaterhouse, and Arthur Andersen. So Arthur Andersen was the auditor for Enron, and because they're earning so much money from consulting, it influenced their audit work. They also were the independent auditor. Now, on top of consulting, they also provide internal audit service. So they do internal audit. Their staff from Arthur Andersen go and join the client, Enron, and become internal auditors. So in other words, they are involved in internal auditor, they're involved in external audit, and they juga buat consulting work. And the consulting work fees that they earn adalah very, very much more than the audit fees. So obviously, the partners are earning a lot more money doing consulting rather than audit lah. So in other words, can they be independent or not? Obviously no lah, because they're afraid they may lose the consulting work, which is very juicy and very plum. So okay, so because of that, they were involved in helping the client to actually cover up the accounts and to inflate their profits. First, they help the client, or actually they actually have a discussion, right? And the CFO and the CEO and the chairman are all involved. So when all the senior management auditors are involved, there's a complete cover-up, Yeah, complete cover-up. So they managed to perpetuate this fraud, to inflate the profit. And then the management, like CEO, chairman, CFO, all got very rich. Why? Because they have issued themselves with a lot of these ESOS, employee share scheme, options, Enron. So how to get rich? I mean, if you steal money, you can only steal a few million. But if you inflate the share price from, say, 10 cents to 50 US dollars, 40 US dollars, a lot of these people in the internal management can get seriously rich by exercising the option and selling the shares in the market, which is what they did. Which is what they did. So all this cover-up happened over a period of time until the bubble burst. The bubble burst. So when the bubble burst, the stock price collapsed from 30, 40 US dollar down to 10 cents again, and finally the company went bankrupt. So we will watch that documentary. So please excuse some of the foul language that you will hear. It is an original documentary, so it's difficult to edit to censor. I'll try to censor if I can. Okay. So from that documentary, you will get a feel, of how people can get greedy, and then ethics. Do you think ethics is important? Ethics, because if people are ethical, then it won't happen, right? But they say that when people making lots of money, ethics could be a problem. Now let's have an experiment. You are the CFO or the accountant of a company, and the boss come and see you and say that you're going to get 6 months bonus, right? 6 months bonus. And all he asks of you is, hey, by the way, can you change the profit and loss account and pass this journal entry, debit 5 million, credit 5 million sales? Would you do it? 6 months bonus. Hands up, those who do it. There's one girl, Prita, say do it, is it? The rest don't want to do. Dare not do. Okay, boss come to you, increase price. I'll give you 5 million ringgit. Bank into Singapore Bank. Yeah, you got somebody, Ruth. Yes, will do. Anybody else will do or not?
Do
Not
then
sure.
go to overseas.
You get 5 million is paid into Singapore Bank. 5 million cukup or not? Somebody say not enough, so ask the boss for 6 million. 6 million? Done deal. How many will do? Duratun, put hands out already. No. Accidentally scratch head only. So whether to do or not. So there are some takers lah. There are some takers. So there is a common belief that for ethics, there's a melting point, right? 500,000, maybe no lah. 2 million, one or two put up hands. 5 million, half the class put up their hands. 10 million, I think a lot of melting point, right? 20 million, I think all melt already lah. So boss said 20 million pay into your Singapore bank. You just sign journal entry, push through the 5 million profit. And then after that, resign. Go to Singapore. Worth it or not? Not worth it. Because of ethics, is it? So like I say, ethics has got a melting point. So sometimes you wonder your friend get promoted very fast. I've seen people, young CFO, go up the ladder very fast. So sometimes I wonder whether they are taking a risk. Because very often when newspaper come out, the one dalam handcuff, always the CFO. And what's the MD's normal reaction? I never tell him to do it, or I never told her to do it. Why you do it, right? So because the journal entry or document is signed by the accountant or signed by the CFO, usually is a young person. So the boss know how to make use of the younger people, right? How they make use of younger people, they make them melt first lah. First bonus, then this, then gradually you get hooked on it. So in the Enron case, the CFO was probably also hooked into the picture like that, was given benefits, So after a while, he become hero. People say, wow, this guy, very good. Then after that, he's under pressure to perform and to show better results by creative accounting. So he tried to do satu lubang cover another lubang, and then the lubang get bigger and bigger and bigger until it exploded lah. So that fella, his name is Andrew Festal, dia kena 10 years jail, right? 10 years jail. So be very careful if your boss is extra nice to you. You have to wonder if is there a price to be paid. Now, if your boss asks you to issue, you're all finance people, accounting people. Are you accounting people? Finance. If your boss asks you to issue a check to a person, or now this got no cash check lah. So issue a check to some people, 2 million check. Okay, ask you to issue check, and then ask you to bank into the account of this account number that you're not familiar with. What will you do? And you know that bonus time coming, right? Bonus time coming, you're the accountant. Would you refuse? The boss come out, hey, issue a check, bank into this account. You are the signatory. You're a signatory, you know, to the check. So refuse. You refuse, then
Sir,
how it goes?
it's 10 years in jail. So how
Yeah.
much is the fine?
She said, no, ano yan? I never
Okay,
give you,
under Capital Market Service Act,
I
you can
never
be up
buy.
to 1 million. But they will also forfeit your profit, you know. Yeah, so it can be more than 1 million. But you won't get 10 years lah.
So
Malaysia,
5 million, 1 million will be covered, right?
yeah, I think so lah. Now in America, all these fella involved in creative accounting kena quite lah, 10 years jail, 5 years jail, and this guy from WorldCom kena 20 years jail, and Ron 15 to 20 years jail, right? CFO 10 years jail. In Malaysia,
So I have to find a great lawyer.
yeah, you need a lawyer.
Ay, naku po. Lobat na
You
dyan,
need a good lawyer.
40%
Now
na.
in Malaysia, so far,
Dyan.
creative accounting kena 1 year jail, some kena 1 month jail, and one guy kena 1 day jail. All right, and in one big case, kena compound only. You know compound? You just pay the fine. So Malaysia is very kind to creative accounting in a way, you know. So in America, you cannot get caught, convicted in court. It's a huge jail sentence, 10 to 20 years. In Malaysia, so far, I noticed 1 year, maybe that's a maximum. The article I sent you, the accountant, kena how long, I don't know, I can't remember. It's in your WhatsApp with the color picture. But recently, all those guys kena maybe 1 month jail and 1 day jail. And in one case, a very big case, only kena compound. You know. So it is a laughing stock because internationally, people are wondering, you got such tough laws, you know, 10-year jail and so on, but why the punishment not consistent? Malaysia, the punishment is not consistent. The same offense, some people kena quite, whereas other people kena maybe very minimal punishment. It's just like recently there's this punishment. Somebody stole something from Maidin or Jasco, I don't know what, some food. And then he's a retiree that needs to feed the children or something like that. Okay. So he went to court and he kena what? 1-2 years jail, 2-3 years jail. All right. Whereas for other people that have stolen a lot more money, wire accounting, fraud, and so on, they only kena minimal punishment. So again, the bar council, somebody pick it up and say that, you know, how come it's not fair? They need a guideline on sentencing so that the sentencing is what they call it, consistent lah, right? I mean, poor guy stealing some food, milk or whatever for because children hungry or whatever, by right, shouldn't get so stiff a punishment. But her problem is that because she didn't have money to hire a lawyer, she went to the court. There's no lawyer for her. She can't afford a lawyer, right? So, but the judge also a bit teruk case lah. I mean, never hear the case properly, then impose the sentence. So to answer your question is whether you need a lawyer for such a case. Yes, you definitely need a lawyer, and you need a crooked lawyer to help you, because normally a crooked lawyer can help you in this kind of cases. Honest lawyer cannot help you lah. You need some lawyer that can twist and turn. Okay. So any other questions before we go and watch the documentary called by the way, this Enron and WorldCom is also in your assignment and probably in the exam also lah. In the exam, you'll be expected to know something on the WorldCom and Enron. So if you read through the lecture notes, they give you a chronology event of the Enron case. And it's because of Enron scandal that the accounting auditing profession come under the spotlight. Because before that, the auditor have a very easy life. Nothing much happened. They earn the money, they earn the consulting fee and so on. But because of the Enron and WorldCom scandal in United States, which is very big and many people lost their savings, hundreds of billions of wealth disappeared into the thin air, right? The government in the United States enacted a law called the Sarbanes-Oxley Act, which govern auditors, govern directors, govern issues on creative accounting, and also require whistleblowers, right, for people like you to blow the whistle and report wrongdoings, and also establish an audit oversight body requirement, which is the auditor of the auditor. So the spotlight came on the auditing profession because of the Enron scandal. So that's why you need to know about Enron. And after Enron, there was WorldCom, another very big case in the United States that also creative accounting scandal. And guess what? The auditor is also Arthur Andersen, same auditor, right? So maybe Arthur Andersen is involved in all these cases, not just Enron, but in a lot of other companies. So Arthur Andersen also involved in Malaysia, in a few companies that went bankrupt also, Mega Media, Transmile, and so on. And so now Arthur Andersen is no longer in existence. In Malaysia, Arthur Andersen merged with Ernst & Young, right? So they no longer has a name for Arthur Andersen. They are part of the Ernst & Young group. So the big four auditors in Malaysia are Ernst & Young, Deloitte, KPMG, and Pricewaterhouse. And they are not spared from scandals. Overseas, they've been fined and found guilty of wrong accounting, fraudulent accounting. In Malaysia, I think the big three auditing firm have to pay a few $100 million fine or penalty to the government because of their signing off the accounts of 1MDB. Okay, so I think the only auditing firm not implicated is Pricewaterhouse. The other three all implicated. So apart from the Malaysian scandal, all these accounting firms also got scandal overseas where they are accused of not doing a proper audit job. All right. Just give me a second again. I'll adjust this. Now you have no problem getting into the Q&A chat box. Can you double check? Can masuk? Okay, now can. There was some function in there that doesn't allow that. Now it's okay, yeah?
Unable.
Still not able. I better go and check why.
Its core, deep in there, remains a secret, hidden behind countless facets. And the human heart is much the same.
We'll be watching the Enron one shortly.
Hey, can we buy some lights? Because our faces are kind of dark. I agree. It's kind of dark. I'm not going to stand next to Pest. My face is going to eat us. Yeah. No, guys, you can't say that about Pest. Pest is just a Robloxian. John, what are you doing? I'm looking at the shop.
It's quite a lengthy one, so you might want to get your coffee to watch it together.
Metro 625. What's the right here? New toxin is going to fill the hallway. Evacuate into available.
So now I have 22 participants. So as far as you know, there should be 29 students. There's a few missing today. Okay, let me try to share the
Okay, that was pretty random. Jack, get away from the button. I was looking at this green button for the past 10 seconds. A healing orb? Yes. Spud is saying something. What Spud? I'm not a healing orb. My iron head is still Spud. Hurts from that dark dream. Guys, what happened to the other guy? I don't know.
I think he left.
What? Heck no. Wow, this is what an elevator for. Go guys, it's going to infinite elevator. I don't regret this. Haha.
What was that? Floor 4. What regretful thing awaits us?
Ooh, wheel. Oh, a mystery wheel. What is this? Gold wheel. That's not
B-roll.
What's he building in there? What the hell is he building in there?
It had taken Enron 16 years to go from about 10 billion of assets to 65 billion of assets. It took them 24 days to go bankrupt.
What the hell is he building in there?
This company collapsed so quickly and so entirely. I mean, it was into bankruptcy within a matter of weeks. It just immediately had all the makings of a gigantic scandal.
He's hiding something from the rest of us.
The fatal flaw at Enron, if there was one, you say it was pride. But then it was arrogance, intolerance, greed.
So many of them were blinded by the money that they didn't see that they were sinking their own lifeboat.
You have a right to know.
It just got hungrier and hungrier. Sooner or later, they were doomed to go off that cliff at 90 miles an hour.
It's astounding that they got away with it for so long. In reality, Enron was a house of cards.
What we didn't know is that the house of cards had been built over a pool of gasoline.
It all sort of became smoke and mirrors.
Committee will come to order. This is a case of America's largest corporate bankruptcy. The question here is what happened, who was responsible for it happening, and what can we do to prevent this sort of thing from happening again?
I think the Enron story is so fascinating because people perceive it as a story that's about numbers, that it's somehow about all these complicated transactions. But in reality, it's a story about people, and it's really a human tragedy.
Mama may have, Papa may have, but God bless the child that's got his own, that's got his own. Yes, the strong gets more, while the weak ones fade. Empty pockets don't ever make the grade. Mama may have, Papa may have, but God bless the child that's got his own, that's got his own. Money, you got lots of friends crowding round the door. When you're gone and spending ends.
On this date at 2:23 a.m., Sugar Land Police discovered John C. Baxter located inside his vehicle with an apparent gunshot wound to the head. At this time, it has been a suicide note located.
So did you give any indication whether this was related to Enron's bankruptcy?
We do know that he was an Enron employee, but as far as any other indications of why he committed suicide, no, we do not.
Mr. Skilling, let me touch on something that's sort of sad, and that's, of course, the suicide of Cliff Baxter. And you mentioned he was your best friend in your opening statement. Before he died, did you have many conversations with him?
Yes.
And were any of them relative to Enron?
Yes. There's no one that knew Cliff toward the end that didn't realize that he was heartbroken by what had happened. And Cliff came over to my house, and he said, they're calling us child molesters. He says, that will never wash off.
But Mr. Skilling, you don't believe that.
I don't believe what?
You don't believe that the press and everybody calling Cliff Baxter or yourself or anybody on the board of directors denigrating or tainting you, you don't think it's accurate. It's what you're saying to us here today.
I do not believe I did not do anything that was not in the interest. And all the time I worked for Enron Corporation, it was in the interest of the shareholders of the company.
Ultimately, who was responsible for the downfall of Enron? Only a few years ago, Enron was the nation's 7th largest corporation, valued at almost $70 billion. Pundits praised the company as a new business model. This trading floor was manned by America's best and brightest, charting the futures of energy and power. And high above each with a private staircase, Ken Lay and Jeff Skilling had built their own plush staterooms. They were known as the smartest guys in the room, captains of a ship too powerful to ever go down.
In the Titanic, the captain went down with the ship. In Enron, it looks to me like the captain first gave himself and some friends a bonus, then lowered himself and the top folks down in the lifeboat, and then hollered up and said, by the way, everything's going to be just fine.
Like Skilling, Ken Lay said he hadn't done anything wrong.
Really not disappointed.
Beyond the financial issues, some suspected a political conspiracy. Enron had been the largest corporate contributor to the first presidential campaign of George W. Bush.
It's not a political issue. It is a business issue. You know, Enron had made contributions to a lot of people around Washington, D.C. And if they came to this administration looking for help, they didn't find any.
There ain't no help here. It's like I did not have political relations with that man, Mr. Lay.
What about the fact that George W. Bush calls Ken Lay Kenny Boy?
That's my nickname for my husband, which he overheard.
So it wasn't original with the president?
Certainly wasn't.
According to published reports, your husband earned about $300 million in compensation and stocks from Enron over the last 4 years. What happened to all that money?
It's gone. It's gone. There's nothing left.
This is the shredded evidence we came out of Enron.
We very quickly determined that the insiders had sold off $1 billion of their stock in the preceding several months.
Did you convert stock worth $66 million?
I don't know, but
would that be surprising to you to learn that you did that?
No, that would not be surprising.
Mr. Fasto got only $30 million in stock proceeds from Enron, but he took another $30 million out with his side deals.
I think there was just an immediate sense of outrage at Lay and Skilling and Fastow when people realized how much they had profited and how completely artificial the appearance of this company had been.
News of shredding at Enron raised more questions. What answers were lost in the torn documents? 20,000 employees had lost their jobs. $2 billion in pensions and retirement funds had disappeared. Was Enron the work of a few bad men or the dark shadow of the American dream?
Lay comes to the story of Enron from very humble roots.
My father was a Baptist minister, and he was ordained a Baptist minister while I was very young, probably 2, 3 years old.
Ken Lay was a Baptist preacher's son in a family that had been poor all its life. And he, throughout his life, worked several jobs as a kid, and clearly had in mind that things could be better and wanted things to be better, had a huge ambition to make wealth for himself. He told a story later about sitting on a tractor dreaming about the world of business and how different it could be from the way things were for him and his family. Lay was a PhD in economics, and he became very early on a real apostle for deregulation. He was way ahead of the curve on this. He was thinking about energy markets that would be deregulated, and in particular, a natural gas industry that was shackled by regulation. And he pushed aggressively in Washington to change all of that.
In Washington, Lay became part of a new crusade to liberate businessmen from the rules and regulations of government.
Government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem. The societies which have achieved the most spectacular, broad-based economic progress in the shortest period of time are not the most tightly controlled, not necessarily the biggest in size, or the wealthiest in natural resources. No, what unites them all is their willingness to believe in the magic of the marketplace.
That old black magic has me in its spell.
The magic power of deregulation pushed Ken Lay to found Enron in 1985. Through a merger of vast networks of natural gas pipelines, Lay thought Enron would be poised to take advantage of the government's decision to let gas prices float with the currents of the market.
Ken Lay had a view of deregulation from the standpoint of all the money that he thought could be made.
Ken Lay wasn't alone. A couple of oilmen shared his views on how to get government out of the energy business.
I think they could sort of understand each other. It was, professional courtesy between a sidewinder and a timber rental snake.
Lay was closer to the father, but while he was governor of Texas, George W. Bush was only too happy to make phone calls for Ken Lay.
This absolutely has no precedent. This is by far and away the most important major relationship of a presidential family with a single corporation in American history.
When Rich Kinder, one of Enron's executives, left the company, Lay arranged for a video Valentine.
Rich, I've been asked to think of one thing I could say to you on your departure from Enron, and it'd be this. Don't leave Texas.
Rich, you have been fantastic to the Bush family. I don't think anybody did more than you did to support George. And of course, at this stage in my life, and Barbara's too, that's what really matters, your family, your friends.
Early on, George Bush Sr. helped secure billions in government subsidies for Enron International. And he helped promote Lay as deregulation's ambassador at large.
Enron is a company that deals with everyone with absolute integrity. We want people to leave a transaction with Enron thinking that they've been dealt with in the highest possible way as far as integrity and truthfulness.
He always wrapped himself in the cloak of moral rectitude. But there was one episode early on that raised questions about whether he was actually walking the walk. This was the Enron oil scandal, also known as the Valhalla scandal.
While you were at Arthur Andersen, were you involved in an investigation at a company called Enron Oil?
Yes, I was.
The issue with the company in 1987 involved the misappropriation of monies by two traders.
In 1987, two oil traders made bets for Enron on whether the price of oil would rise or fall. Oil trading is like gambling. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But Enron Oil always seemed to win, much to Ken Lay's delight.
I tried to explain to Ken Lay the tremendous risk that you have in that market. You can lose 10 times your original investment.
A veteran trader, Mike McElroy, was suspicious of Enron Oil's steady, high profits.
Well, this oil trading business had profits that nobody could really understand, and in fact that many of Ken Lay's lieutenants questioned. They said this business can't be making this much money legitimately. Something weird is going on.
Something weird was going on. The first hint came from an anonymous tip about the president of the company, Louis Bourget.
Bourget had taken some $3+ million of corporate funds and put it in a personal account of his.
There were offshore accounts, phony books, and a trail that led from the company's treasurer, Tom Mastroeni, to a mysterious Lebanese speculator no one could find, M. Yass.
What name did you suspect that was?
My ass,
And M Smart, I said, that's Maxwell Smart. I mean, these guys are playing games.
Bourget and Mastroeni were summoned to Houston. First, they presented falsified bank records to Enron. Then they admitted they had diverted company profits to personal accounts.
It was brought to the attention of the Enron board. Auditors were brought in as well to look at the whole thing.
At the board meeting, the auditors told Lay that Bourget and his traders were manipulating earnings, destroying daily trading records, and probably gambling way beyond their limits.
The next day, we found out that Lay's decision was to basically change nothing as far as the operation is concerned. And the reason he gave was that this was the only part of the combined company that was making any money, and that he could not, kill the golden goose.
The traders weren't fired or even disciplined. Instead, Enron sent a telex to Bourget. Please keep making us millions. Instead of reducing Enron's risk, Lay encouraged his traders to gamble more. But then, their luck changed.
2 months later, I got this panic call that they had drawn down $90 million in the previous 5 days. What we could do is just try to find out what kind of gorilla we had loose up there.
McElroy hopped on the next plane to New York. He knew Mastroeni had another set of books, and he would do whatever it took to get them.
I basically stood over Tom and I told him one of two things was going to happen. Either one of the trading partners that was crooked with Bourget, who was a German arms dealer, was going to kill him, or I was. I said, I'll track you down and find you no matter where you go, and sooner or later I'll get you.
The next day, Mastroeni came in with the real books. The traders had gambled away all of Enron's reserves. By acting fast, McElroy bluffed the market and managed to save the company. After Valhalla, Ken Lay maintained that he had been shocked that the traders had gambled so recklessly. But Ken Lay...
So you can see there is an ethical issue already at Enron in the early stages, right? In the early days of Enron, the chairman himself is actually encouraging people to do fraudulent things like cheating, going against the law, yeah. So when you buy fish at the market, you find that the eyes are already red. That means the head already rotten, tone at the top. The rest of the fish will also become rotten. So always remember, tone at the top for corporation is very important. The ethics must start at the top, so if it's rotten at the top, you can be quite sure that down the bottom also will follow suit. So this is the beginning story of Enron, where the chairman himself is really a sort of not an ethical person.
Lay had known all along about the risks that were taken. He had seen the reports warning him about the traders' behavior.
Since the fall of Enron, Ken Lay has said he can't be responsible for things he didn't know about. Sounds like what he said about Valhalla. Do you believe that he didn't know?
I can answer only for one. I can answer for Valhalla because Ken Lay did in fact know about this thing because I had told him myself.
The auditors adamantly told Mr. Ken Lay that the two rogue traders should be fired. Lay read the report and he read his budget and estimated how much the two rogue executives made, and if they were fired, what he could lose. My conclusion was that this guy is a guy who puts earnings before scruples rather than reacting to the dishonesty right in front of him.
Mastroeni received a suspended sentence. Bourget was convicted of fraud and spent 1 year in jail. With his biggest moneymaker now behind bars, Ken Lay had a problem. Who could he find to make money for Enron?
Every year, every day, every week, they have to come up with new ideas.
I'm going straight to the top. Whoa.
Ken Lay's son, Jeff Skilling, the guy who had the answer to what the future of the natural gas business was supposed to be.
Ken Lay is also a guy who considers himself a visionary, and he liked other people he thought of as visionaries. He liked people with big ideas, and Jeff Skilling was a person with the biggest ideas of all.
Jeff Skilling's biggest single idea was to find a new way to deliver energy. Rather than be bound by the physical flow of the pipeline, Enron would become a kind of stock market for natural gas. It was a magical new idea. Transform energy into financial instruments that could be traded like stocks and bonds.
So that was the one good idea. In 1992, using that good idea, we became the largest buyer and seller of natural gas in North America.
Jeff was like the prophet. He came in and said, there's a whole new world out there. Forget about this pipeline stuff, the stayed pipeline in the ground and gas in and gas out. We can recreate this entire industry.
An attorney from Vinson & Elkins, Amanda Martin was one of the first executives hired by Jeff Skilling and became part of his inner circle.
The excitement was palpable. You cannot imagine how proud we all were to be there. And then, of course, we had a leader who imbued us with a sense of confidence that if we were smart, anything could be accomplished. And then the bottom line, we began to make money. And that in and of itself was a reaffirmation that this could be big.
Skilling saw the opportunity to build an industry new and to start a business from scratch. But he had one specific condition that had to be met before he'd join Enron, and it was that he'd be allowed to use a certain kind of accounting known as mark-to-market. Arthur Andersen signed off, and the SEC approved it.
I remember walking in and going, what's going on? And Causey and everybody, everyone was so excited. And in came the champagne, and we'd got mark-to-market accounting treatment. And I often think about how clear my memory was about that event. And that was the beginning of a major cog in the downfall, ultimately, of Enron.
Mark-to-market accounting allowed Enron to book potential future profits on the very day a deal was signed. No matter how little cash actually came in the door, to the outside world, Enron's profits could be whatever Enron said they were.
Very subjective. And it left it open to manipulation.
And they were saying that we're going to sell power out of this power plant in 10 years for X dollars per kilowatt. And there was no way anybody could prove that they could do it.
Well,
hey,
good
Rich,
morning.
how are you?
Finally,
good
great,
to see you.
Jeff. Good to see you, Todd. Sit down.
We've been working hard on this, and we've really pulled out all the stops. Look what we got. Origination. We did $20 million last year. I think we can do $120 million this year. Trading. We did $10 million last year. We think we can do 64 this year. This is the key. We're going to move from mark-to-market accounting to something I call HFV. Hypothetical future value accounting.
Whoa!
If we do that, we can add $1 gazillion to the bottom line.
Whoa, Jeff! All right, that sounds fantastic. Oh, Jeff, thank you. That's just superb performance. And you're going to go far, my boy. Probably president of the company one day.
You think so?
I think.
He really believed that the idea was everything, and that when you came up with an idea, you should be able to book the profits from that idea right away. Because otherwise, some lesser man was taking the profits from the idea that some greater man had come up with in the past.
When Jeff Skilling applied to Harvard Business School, the professor asked him if he was smart. He replied, "I'm fucking smart." One of his favorite books was The Selfish Gene.
The excuse that was supposed to censor that.
About the ways human nature is steered by greed and competition in the service of passing on our genes. At Enron, Skilling wanted to set free the basic instincts of survival of the fittest.
Jeff had a very Darwinian view of how the world worked. He was famous for saying once in Enron's early years that money was the only thing that motivated people.
Skilling's notion of how the world should work really trickled down and affected everything about how Enron did business.
He instituted a system known as the PRC, or Performance Review Committee. It required that people be graded from a 1 to a 5, and roughly 10% of people had to be a 5, and those people were supposed to be fired. Hence, this came to be known as rank and yank.
I personally am convinced that the PRC process is the most important process that we conduct as a company.
I've never heard of a company yet that would be successful terminating.
So this company also make work pressure, work ethics very pressurized for workers, where they are under great pressure to perform, and if they don't perform, they'll be removed from the company. So it's quite a competitive environment.
15% of their people every year, just to satisfy the fact that the other employees had to vote on them.
And so when you're being evaluated by that group, you are getting direct communication from Ken and me about what the objectives of the company are and how you fit with those objectives.
It was a brutal process. The ability for a 25-year-old to go in and to be reviewed and to be superior, and as a consequence, get a $5 million bonus. I don't think that's repeated in many places in corporate America.
Our culture is a tough culture. It is a very aggressive culture.
8 million on new deals. At Enron, no one was more aggressive than the traders.
If I'm on the way to my boss's office talking about my compensation, and if I step on somebody's throat on the way, that doubles it, well, I'll stomp on the guy's throat. That's how people work.
So the company doesn't really promote ethics. They promote cutthroat competition, where if staff perform, they'll be rewarded in a big way, and if they don't perform, they'll be sacked. Yeah, so that promotes a culture of cutthroat culture. So there's no such thing as ethics in Enron. However, nowadays, in this current period, we're talking about ESG, environmental, social, and governance, no forced labor, pleasant working environment, and all those things. So the culture at that time was very different. Yeah, it's very different.
On the trading side, we got to be the biggest, baddest house in town. And by necessity, if you wanted to be in the market, you had to deal with Enron.
Try to reconcile your big numbers here.
Enron's traders were like the super powerful high school clique that even the principal doesn't dare to rein in. They had become the major engine of at least reported profits at the company. They took Jeff Skilling and Ken Lay's belief in free markets and turned it into an ideology.
But they pitch it almost as a new economic religion.
Enron Online will change the markets for many, many commodities. It is creating an open, transparent marketplace that replaces the dark, blind system that existed. It is real simple. You turn on your computer, and it's right there. So that's our vision. We're trying to change the world.
I think Jeff Skilling had a desperate need to believe that Enron was a success. I think he identified with Enron. He proclaimed at one point, "I am Enron."
The other thing about people at Enron is a lot of them were former nerds, and including Jeff Skilling.
He had been paunchy, he had big glasses, he losing his hair, and Jeff Skilling one day kind of woke up and decided to change himself. And he started working out, lost a lot of weight, but he really did remake himself through sheer will and force of personality.
When Jeff got LASIK on his eyes, everybody at Enron got LASIK, so nobody was wearing glasses.
I think Jeff Skilling is really a tragic figure in a classic sense of the word. He's a guy that people describe as incandescently brilliant, but he's also a guy who is radically different than he at times portrays himself. He's portrayed himself as somebody who has very tightly monitored risk. In reality, he's a gambler. He gambled away huge sums of money before he was 20 years old by making wild bets on the market.
So Jeff Skilling, risk was glamorous. He was a huge risk taker. He actually talked about wanting to go on trips that were so perilous that someone could actually die. This manifested itself in trips that Jeff Skilling led for a small group of friends and customers.
A core cadre of Enron guys used to go on these wild adventures. Andy Fastow would go, Ken Rice would go.
The trips were legend. You know, we can sit and think about what strange insecurities they were trying to overcome, but it made them feel good as men.
And they took a particularly memorable trip to the Baja, 1,200 miles in very rugged terrain in Mexico. This is a trip where people crash bikes. Ken Rice was on the trip, and he busted a lip and required a bunch of stitches. People broke bones. One guy flipped a Jeep and almost got killed. Those sorts of stories at Enron became legend, and it fed the whole macho culture of the place.
Jeff Skilling had a way of describing people that he liked. He said, I like guys with spikes. He liked somebody with something extreme about them.
Ken Rice was one of the men with spikes, was the salesman of the group. Very amiable, fun, man's man, and was the guy out selling deals to energy companies.
In the case of Cliff Baxter, the company's chief deal maker, he was extraordinarily talented at just doing a deal, but he was a manic depressive.
Baxter was a very bright guy, very blunt, would tell Skilling whatever he thought, was closest to Skilling personally than anyone else at the company.
There was a guy named Lou Pye, who was a key Skilling lieutenant, helped build the trading business in the early years, went on to run Enron's doomed effort called Enron Energy Services.
What was the job of EES as you ran it?
Okay, this guy has been hired to run this division called EES, and he doesn't have a destination on. He's just been, he does not appear in any op charts and whatever. So there's some kind of a breakdown in the internal control. So this guy is in there setting up something very shady in Enron. So in the company, we find a person that has no destination and is sitting there in the office. There's a red flag lah. There's something not ethical is happening.
It was to sell energy services to end users, industrial end users.
Lou Pye is the guy that Skilling tapped to run the EES business because this was so important to the company and to Skilling's future. He called Lou Pye my ICBM. And Lou Pye dispatched his enemies with incredible skill. And if that meant leaving bodies behind him, Skilling was certainly fine about that.
Not feeling anything.
Enron mounted a campaign to capture the hearts and minds of stock analysts.
The natural gas stocks include Enron.
We're never satisfied, and I don't want us to ever be satisfied with the stock price. It should always be higher.
Enron posted a 30%.
So the chairman and the CEO spent a lot of time talking to the media, to the analyst community, trying to promote the company, the stock, to drive up the share price. Yeah. So have a lot of PR, a lot of sponsorship of sports functions, yeah, to have a high profile. So if a company promotes itself too much in the media, it's also a bit of a red flag, huh?
Jump in second quarter profits as web-based trading boosted its wholesale energy business.
The game was played on Wall Street in such an established way throughout the 1990s. As long as a company met or exceeded the analyst projections for quarterly earnings per share, the stock went higher.
The game was called pump and dump. Top execs would push the stock price up and then cash in their multi-million-dollar options.
People at Enron got paid in large part through stock. Everyone had a huge stake in seeing the stock price go up. And it was driven very clearly by the profits every single quarter. They're exceedingly conscious of that. Skilling was, and everyone else in the company was. They posted the stock price in the elevator.
You were surrounded by the health of the company. What's the stock price doing? We were consumed by it.
This company was fixated on its stock price and fixated on a massive public relations campaign to convince the investment community that they were new, different, innovative, almost heralding a new era of corporate enterprise.
We encourage our people to do new things, try new things, experiment, step out. We begin by attracting the kind of people that are more comfortable in an environment of change.
You know, when you work for Enron, you're going to see the newest thinking. You're going to see the newest markets opening up.
Enron Online, a fabulous, fabulous story. Probably put on.
They were so good at their acting that they convinced corporate America that they were smarter than anyone else.
Alan, with our sincere thanks and admiration, we are pleased and indeed honored to award you the Enron Prize for Distinguished Public Service.
They also managed to con the previous Federal Reserve Chairman, Alan Greenspan, you know, and Enron actually gave a prize to Alan Greenspan. So this guy has got sort of a big influence on important people in America. He's also a good friend of the president of America, George Bush, where they actually celebrate his birthday together. So this guy has got quite powerful connection. So with powerful connection, maybe it's easier for him to perpetuate creative accounting frauds and things like that, because the regulators maybe also be prevented from looking too closely, at them.
Power business continues to grow 25%.
They continue to sell the company as being a very stable place where it could predictably increase profits 10 to 15% a year. In fact, to get to those numbers, Enron was doing all sorts of questionable things, taking enormous risks.
We like risk because you make money by taking risk.
Gotta take time to do new things. Can be tough, gotta move. Do what you wanna do. Who to tell you not to?
By all accounts, Enron was soaring.
No matter who you are, no matter who you be.
But in reality, profits weren't going up. They were headed in the opposite direction. Enron had vast natural gas operations all over the world. They had cost billions to build, and most were performing terribly.
But in other places in the world, in India, great quarter and great year in India. Phase 1 of Dabhol is in operation, generating power. Phase 2 is financed and is under construction.
My experience indicated there were certain places that you assiduously stayed away from, and one of them, as an example, was India.
They built this power plant in India. Nobody else would do that at the time. They were terrified of investing in India. Enron did it, and did it in a big way.
But Enron had failed to see something basic. India couldn't afford to pay for the power Enron's plant produced. Now, Dabhol is a ruin. Though it lost $1 billion on the project, Enron paid out multi-million-dollar bonuses to executives based on imaginary profits that never arrived. Where was the real money going to come from?
Of course, the pressure was enormous. You had to come up with the next idea that would break through. Failure was not an option.
A flurry of buyouts in the corporate world, the biggest, Enron, announcing a buyout of Portland General.
The merger with PGE put Enron in the electricity business, and Portland General's position on the West Coast gave Enron access to the newly deregulated market of California.
The merger, we think, it uniquely positions us to ultimately become the largest marketer of electricity and natural gas at both the wholesale and retail level nationwide.
What brought all this on was with deregulation. They said that we would not survive unless we joined forces. Enron, I'd never heard of them until they were going to buy us. They slid in here, and when they purchased PGE, all the PGE stock became Enron. Just went through, stamped every one of them. I looked around me, and all the guys that were buying all this Enron, they were doubling their money. And that whole time since then, I put the maximum I could into my 401 and savings.
Portland General, again, good earnings and cash flow.
It's what they call in Wall Street a trust me story. People that had been gas pipeline workers for decades kept all their money in the company because they thought it was as traditional and safe an investment as it had always been. And it wasn't anything close to that.
Should we invest all of our 401k in Enron stock? Absolutely. Don't you guys agree?
Enron is a big winner today.
One of the things that fascinated me was that almost all of the Wall Street analysts who covered Enron had buy ratings or strong buy ratings on the company's stock.
Why were the analysts blinded to the company's
deceit. We relied on the information that was available at the time.
I trusted the integrity of the company's certified financial statements and the representations of the company's management.
And we've been absolutely upfront with the analysts.
Jeff Skilling was the critical component in creating the Enron illusion. Time and time again, when we had a question to the sell-side analysts that they couldn't answer, the response was, I'll give Jeff a call. I'll run this by Jeff.
By giving Jeff a call, the analysts weren't analyzing at all. They were willing to believe virtually anything Enron told them.
For sale.
Most of the analysts right now have the target price on us from $100 to $115 a share.
Any analyst who didn't buy the company line became an enemy of Enron. Enron's CFO, Andy Fastow, had his eye on John Olson, one of the only analysts skeptical of the Enron story.
Enron loved analysts' strong buy recommendations.
Merrill was informed by Fastow, either you get somebody who is on board with us and has a strong buy recommendation and loves us at the same time, or we don't do any business with you. I knew that my days were numbered.
This is an abuse.
Merrill Lynch fired John Olson. Soon after, Fastow rewarded the bank with 2 investment banking jobs worth $50 million.
Analysts were routinely getting large bonuses from the investment banking departments to bring in investment banking deals. Once that happens, never was heard a discouraging word.
While Enron's stock kept rising, its businesses kept losing money. Looking at the soaring stocks of the dot-coms, Skilling decided to take Enron into cyberspace.
We're now in the process of seeing if we can create a bandwidth trading market.
Enron is using its knowledge of trading gas to barter other forms of energy, even space on the information superhighway called bandwidth. Ken Rice has worked at Enron for 20 years.
Enron has found a way to stay ahead of the curve.
From 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., we're paying for bandwidth that we are not using. Why? Why?
One of our themes around here is to always be asking why. Why something's done a certain way or why it's not done a different way.
There's our market. Why can't we sell the bandwidth to other companies? Make it a commodity, like a pork belly.
Just last week, Enron captivated Wall Street with its bold move into broadband, teaming up with Blockbuster to deliver movies on demand.
It was like being at a religious cult meeting. People started jumping up from their seats with their cell phones and their BlackBerries, running out to the halls to call their bosses.
One analyst summed up his recommendation to investors in one word: wow. Enron's stock soared 34% in 2 days.
And you can tell from the response in the stock market that they like the strategy. It makes sense.
They announced that they had developed the technology. It would be in test markets by the end of the year.
And the technology works. The quality is great, and the customers like it. So we've made a lot of progress.
So Jeff Skilling and the CEO and chairman are very good marketing people. They start to promote the company by going into sexy businesses. At that time, people regard this as growth industry. So they jump in and started to buy new companies, and then they talk to the media to promote the new businesses. And then the community, the investment community, get excited lah. So they start to tell the clients to buy the shares. And then because of the buying demand created, the share price go up. So the management, like Jeff Skilling and Ken Lay, they quietly exercise the options and start to sell and make money. So imagine the share price go up 30% just by talking about going into some kind of business. And this new business, remember, have not been proven, They just talk about going in only, the share price go up. So at that time, at that era, at that kind of time, this is what happened to the stock market lah. And even now in Malaysia, it's the same, So if the companies start to announce very sexy or very very good sounding acquisitions, M&A, merger and acquisition, stock price will climb up, yeah. And some people will make money lah from buying early and selling when the news come out. Now, what do you call this? The buying on inside information is called insider trading, which is illegal.
The truth was that Enron was just struggling with the technology for video on demand.
The technology didn't work, and the deal with Blockbuster soon collapsed. But with the magic of mark-to-market, Enron used future projections to book $53 million in earnings on a deal that didn't make a penny.
By the end of the year 2000, Enron was running out of ways to make the broadband business look successful. They'd tried every trick in the bag to try to create the illusion of a business where there was none, and the people who were working there were getting increasingly desperate.
The executives started selling their stock. By Enron's collapse, Ken Rice had sold $53 million. Ken Lay had sold $300 million. Cliff Baxter, $35 million. Jeff Skilling, $200 million.
As the fraud is perpetuated, all the various lies and artifices begin to convince the ringmaster, if you will, himself, that it's this own bizarre reality. And in fact, the fraud is the reality. The perception is the reality. And as long as you can keep the perception going on, it really isn't a fraud.
You spoke about bandwidth trading. What about weather?
So, in other words, as a fraudster, you must keep singing a song, keep promoting yourself, and keep engaging with the media, to show a good picture of yourself to continue driving up the stock price. So just now earlier in the morning, you saw the presentation video by Jinwell. It's also the same concept, Start singing a good song, get famous people to be with you, get actors, get rich people to be appearing on video with you, and then you try to sell your idea to the investment public. So some very smart people can also get conned by this, because of the media hype. If you remember Geneva Gold, one of the big Ponzi scheme scandal in Malaysia, where a lot of people lost money from buying this investment called Geneva Gold, they actually got Dr. Mahathir to go there to have an opening ceremony, right? And they got the royal families to actually appear as sponsors and so forth. So a lot of people are attracted to this investment because famous people are seen to be involved and been together with them, right? So this could be a false perception.
Options or futures. How is that market developing?
Yeah, we have a market in weather.
When Enron announced its latest plan to trade weather, people wondered whether it was good science or science fiction.
Did the weather guys get punished here if the weather is wrong? I mean, they're predicting.
Do you have any whip marks on your back there, Mike?
Well, it's unfortunate. That's a good call.
Jeff, as time went on, had a harder time admitting things were wrong. And I have to believe that, when the lights went out at night, he knew what was coming.
I would liken it to the Titanic when you've got a captain who's saying maintain full speed and they bump into a couple of icebergs and then they still keep full speed going. The captain of this ship, Enron, he ignored all the warning signs, and there were plenty of them.
And the captain of the ship was?
Kenneth Lay.
It was one of the bloodiest days in Wall Street history.
Shares plummeted 31%.
Tech stocks led Friday's fierce sell-off.
This is really a great wake-up call.
Millions of nervous investors following the huge drop on Friday. The Dow Jones...
Enron was especially a big deal by the end of the year 2000 because by then most internet companies had already begun to fall and everybody on Wall Street was looking for the next big thing. And here you had Enron, which appeared to be this shining star of a new economy company. Its stock price went up 90% in the year 2000 and had gone up over 50% the year before that. It was an it stock on Wall Street, one of those companies that can seemingly do no wrong.
We were the poster child for the new economy. We had this culture that had a lot of focus on reminding us how good we were. And as that culture emerged, then we get to Fortune magazine telling us we were the most innovative corporation in America. Then we really began to feel good about ourselves.
Well, you all did it again. Enron was just recently chosen again for the 6th year in a row in the most admired company survey by Fortune magazine as the most innovative company in America. Well deserved. Well deserved.
The sales pitch still sounded good, but one investor saw something in Enron's numbers that the stock analysts had missed.
By and large, the analysts admitted to us in person it's a black box. You have to take it on faith. Who knows where the earnings come from? They just pop out, and all we know is they're always good. And I kept pointing out, well, yeah, isn't that the whole point of if it's a black box and it's there to fool you, the numbers are always going to be good until they're not.
I'm not a beat reporter, so I would have had no reason to look at Enron, but Jim Chanos mentioned to me that I should take a closer look at Enron's financial statements, and it wasn't clear from Enron's financial statements that there was fraud here, but what was clear is that something didn't add up.
In March 2001, Bethany McLean, a reporter with Fortune magazine, first raised questions about Enron's financial condition. She asked a simple question in the article that no one could seem to answer. How exactly does Enron make its money? You got very upset with her, didn't you?
I very specifically.
So like I mentioned earlier, one of the signs of a good auditor is the auditor must understand the business model. How does the company make money? How does it make cash? Right? So if the auditor cannot understand that, then he probably fail in audit because he will not be able to audit effectively. So remember, to be a good auditor, the first thing you need to do is understand the business model of the company that you're auditing. That's the first step, right? So you must think like a businessman, think of how this company actually can make solid cash. Because if it does not make solid cash, or there's no viable business model, then it's either a fraud, a Ponzi scheme, or the business is going to collapse very soon. Business model is very important. Understand the business model.
I remember the telephone conversation that I had with the Fortune reporter. She called up and started asking some very, very specific questions about accounting treatment on things. I am not an accountant, and I could not answer them.
He became really, really agitated. He said that people who raised questions like this were just trying to throw rocks at the company, and that I was not ethical because I hadn't done enough homework. And if I had done enough homework, I would understand how off-base my questions were.
Mr. Skilling, it appears as if you were trying to bully someone who was asking very basic questions about Enron.
I said to her, I have got 6 minutes left before I have to be in a meeting, and I can't get into the details, and I'm not an accountant. And she said, well, that's fine. We're going to do the article anyway. And I said, if you do that, I personally think that's unethical. Yeah. And the next day, our chief financial officer and our chief accounting officer flew to New York at Enron's expense to sit down, not with the editors, but to sit down with the reporter on that story and help her understand the questions that she was asking.
And the next day, we sat in a small, dark, windowless conference room for about 3 hours going through the various aspects of the company's business. And I'll never forget this. When the interview was over, the other two executives packed up their things and had left the room. And Andy Fastow turned around and looked at my editor and me and said, I don't care what you write about the company, just don't make me look bad.
And Fastow had good reasons for not wanting to look bad.
So as an auditor, do not afraid to ask hard questions. Be independent, ask hard questions. Well, the management or the CFO or the CEO may threaten you or may try to make you look small, which could be a defensive move by them to scare you. But the auditor that is a good auditor would continue to ask those questions and would not rest until they get satisfactory answers. So good auditors do not get threatened easily. They will not stand down and they would confirm. However, I must put one thing in point. If you're overseas doing an audit and you come across an aggressive management, better not pursue because you might get bodily damage. There was a case of an internal auditor. His name is Jalil Ibrahim. He was an internal auditor, not external auditor. He was sent to Hong Kong to investigate banking loans in relation to Bank Bumiputera, Malaysia, that has lent money to a Hong Kong company called Kian Group. So he was there and he was murdered, actually. I think he found something and he tried to ask hard questions and he was murdered there. And And basically it's because he knew too much. Yeah, so you got to be careful also. If you ask the hard questions and you're not in Malaysia, you better come back to Malaysia first before you pursue the matter further. Okay, it's for your own safety lah. So auditors can be a dangerous profession.
There were these partnerships that were run by Andy Fastow that were doing business with Enron, and these were disclosed in the company's financial statements, but I didn't mention them in the story I wrote because I thought, well, the accountants and the board of directors have said that this is okay, so I must be crazy to think there's anything wrong with this. The story I ran was actually pretty meek. The title was, "Is Enron Overpriced?" But in the end, I couldn't prove that it was anything more than an overvalued stock, and I was probably too naive to suspect that it was anything more than that.
And was her article critical?
Yes, it was. Fortune magazine article that's out, the headline is Enron stock overvalued? The gist of the article is that Enron is sort of a black box, which, sorry, it's true. I mean, it's just difficult for us to show people the specifics of how money flows through, particularly the wholesale business. The entire reason that this analysis was done by Fortune magazine is because Business Week had a favorable article about Enron the week before. And there's this competition that the news magazines have, where if one says something good, the other one has to come and find something bad. So I think that was kind of the genesis of it. So the criticism, I think, is kind of ridiculous.
When Bethany McLean at Fortune started analyzing cash flows, and she had this wonderful article saying, take a look at first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, and end of year cash flows. There's a reason she didn't invest in Enron, because the financials didn't make sense. But you have to be willing to say that the emperor doesn't have any clothes, and this emperor was pretty powerful.
We are going to unveil this morning a new corporate vision.
Okay, you ready? 1, 2, 3. How's this?
It's really hard to know when Enron first crossed the line into outright fraud, but there isn't any doubt about who the guy was who led them there. It was a protege of Jeff Skilling's by the name of Andy Fastow.
Andy Fastow was Enron's chief financial officer. His job was to cover up the fact that Enron was becoming a financial fantasy land.
So the CFO is the one that will cover the tracks lah. In this case, this guy is called Mr. Fastow. So what's another name for CFO? Chief Financial Officer. If it goes wrong, then it becomes Chief Fraud Officer. All right. So this guy, Andy Fastow, was engaged by Jeff Skilling. I think his KPI basically is to come up with some schemes to inflate profits, yeah, and then to cover it up. So he gets rewarded for that. And how he get rewarded for that is that the board of directors and the chairman allows him to have certain related party transactions with Enron. He set up a private company with him on the other side that do dealings with the Enron, and then he stands to benefit. This called related party transactions, and the board actually allowed that to happen. Yeah, so of course he's on one side, Enron is on this side, he is on both sides. So of course he will arrange it in such a way that he will untung lah. So these are called related party transactions. So this is a reward for him, I think, for helping to come up with those schemes to inflate profit and also to cover the tracks. He kena 10 years jail, I think.
Enron essentially was losing money on a cash basis year after year, and yet it was reporting profits. So it was defying the laws of financial gravity. And the way it was doing it was with something called structured finance. And the maestro of all that at Enron was Andy Fastow.
Andy was very young. He was hired by Jeff Skilling probably before he was even 30. And he idolized Jeff Skilling, and he certainly wanted to please the boss.
Can you imagine you're not even 30 years old, and you're appointed as a CFO and Chief Financial Officer of a big listed corporation in the New York Stock Exchange. So, you often wonder, why this young guy goes up so fast. Anyhow, now you know the story lah. that he's taking quite high risk. Now, in the end, he turned whistleblower. That means he cooperated with the authorities to testify against him and also Ken Lay, the boss. In return, his jail sentence was reduced from 20 years to 10 years. But he cannot 20 years. All right? So he turned whistleblower. When everything collapsed around him, they did a deal. So very often this happens. Now, why he turned whistleblower is because this guy claimed that he never told this guy to do those things. He cannot remember or he didn't tell. Chairman also said the same thing. So in other words, they put all the blame on him. Yeah. So of course you also get angry, right? If that happens. So he took the chance to cooperate with the authorities to testify against him as a whistleblower. So in return for that, you get a discount on the jail sentence.
To please the boss, Fastow had to figure out a way to keep the stock price up by hiding the fact that Enron was $30 billion in debt.
People pressured by the need to keep the stock price up begin to cheat a little bit, but then the next quarter comes along and you have to cheat a little more to do the new cheating to make up for the old cheating. And before long, you've created a momentum that now you can't stop.
So can you imagine, apart from inflating profit, the CFO also have to design some kind of structure to hide US 30 billion in debt or borrowings from the balance sheet. Let me see, look at the balance sheet. You cannot see this 30 million borrowing, It's disappeared. So how they do that is they set up trusts, they set up partnership structures in other countries and then park the debt in those vehicles. But ultimately, those vehicles are guaranteed by Enron. They're called off-balance sheet financing. So like the government of Malaysia also do have some degree of off-balance sheet financing. For example, government got borrowings, for example. So the borrowings is about maybe 60% of GDP, the borrowings of government. But then on top of borrowings, the government also guarantee the debts of some other companies. They also can set up certain companies to borrow, but guaranteed by the government. So all this will not appear in the government's balance sheet. It's called off-balance sheet. So that's how Enron can do it. Enron set up companies, park the borrowings under those companies that are incorporated overseas, and then there is an undertaking or guarantee by Enron to pay back if things explode or don't get well or get bad. So because of this, it does not appear in Enron's own balance sheet. And of course, to help the matter also is Arthur Andersen, also their kawan, right? So Arthur Andersen also closed both eyes and signed their accounts. So in the end, because accountants, auditors, CFO all packet together, and that's why they cannot find this thing out. The investment is very difficult for investment analysts outside to find this out. I think in the end, what happened was a whistleblower blew the whistle and reported. And the whistleblower is Juru Audit Dalam, the internal auditor, a new internal auditor, a lady, went through the books, saw it, and then she got so frightened. She reported to Ken Lay, the chairman, but the chairman tell her to shut up, obviously for reasons that he's involved also. So in the end, the internal auditor reported it to the authorities, which is very brave. Yeah, she's a lady because she could have been killed, or get bodily harm by powerful people. Sometimes people get splashed with acid and things like that for reasons we don't know. Yeah, it could be because they were whistleblowers. Yeah, and the people they whistleblow against take revenge on them.
Fastow created hundreds of special companies to perform a magic trick. Prop up Enron's stock by making its debt disappear. To outside investors, it looked like cash was coming in the door. In fact, Enron was just stashing its debt in Fastow's companies where investors couldn't see it.
It was black magic. It really was. You were pulling some rabbits out of a hat.
Something to make us all happy.
They could bury debt, they could bury losses,
Many of the companies had exotic names: Jedi, Chuko, Raptors. LJM was Fastow's most ambitious creation. It would work magic for Enron, and it would allow Fastow to conjure $45 million for himself.
Instead of $450 million in equity, we only invested.
Andy, in many ways, was someone we all knew didn't have a strong moral compass. It's almost like Jeff Skilling said, okay, we're hitting some troubled times. Let's set up Andy so we can fill the earnings holes when we need to, knowing that Andy would probably skim a little bit off each transaction for himself. There's a body heat kind of angle to this, you know, where Skilling is Kathleen Turner and Andy is William Hurt. You know, in the end, he got suckered into helping all the executives meet their earnings.
What I wish, in retrospect, I wish we'd never heard of LJM.
Is it your contention that you knew of it and it was appropriate?
Arthur Anderson and our lawyers had taken a very hard look at this structure and they believed it was appropriate.
But if the theory is that Fastow went rogue somewhere deep in the jungles of Enron and was the sole agent of the apocalypse, I just don't buy it.
Skilling, Lay, and the Enron board had signed off on Fastow's LJM funds. They saw the benefits of letting Fastow do deals with himself.
It is in Enron's best interest because Enron needs the capital, number one.
In a secret videotape that surfaced after the bankruptcy, Fastow can be seen selling LJM to a group of Merrill Lynch bankers. He pitches them on the benefits of investing in a fund that only buys assets from Enron.
Remember, I'm not selling the assets to myself. They own the assets, they're selling them to LJM too.
Fastow knew what kind of deal he was offering as Enron's CFO. He could guarantee profits for LJM.
Yeah, I think this is an extraordinary opportunity.
He has a sort of Cheshire cat grin on his face as he talks about all the ways that the fund is going to profit. And he talks about the informational advantages that he's going to have in his dual role as Enron's CFO and as the head of these funds.
Special arrangement. There is never any question that I will be on both sides of the transaction. I will always be on the LJM side of the transaction.
He was general partner of LJM, while at the same time being CFO of Enron. Now, that's a whole nother ball of wax when you want to talk about that conflict of interest, because no human being should be put in a situation where every single transaction they decide whether they're looking after Enron's best interests or their limited partners, because this LJM partnership existed solely to do business with Enron.
You would expect Andy as chief financial officer of Enron is heavily banked, so to speak. And as a result, there are 5 or 6 of the name brand banks who have stepped up and said they'll commit to this.
Commit they did, and why not? Fastow was letting them gamble with Enron's chips.
Fastow was using Enron stock as collateral for a lot of these things. They were betting their own company on the transactions.
With the prospect of returns that would exceed 2,000%, 96 individual bankers invested in LJM, and America's major banks put up as much as $25 million each.
It's sort of a who's who of Wall Street. J.P. Morgan Chase, CS First Boston, Citibank, Merrill Lynch, Deutsche Bank. These are some of the premier investment banks in the world.
Hard for us to poke holes in this business.
It's just amazing how skilled Enron and Andy Fastow were at working Wall Street, playing on Wall Street's greed in order to get money out of them.
To quote Lenin, they were the investment bankers' useful idiots.
As disturbing as Enron's own misconduct is the growing evidence that leading U.S. financial institutions not only took part in Enron's deceptive practices, but at times designed, advanced, and profited from.
So one of the culprits of these financial scandals are bankers. The banks are often complicit in this to help them to launder money, to help them to siphon out money, that kind of thing. So recently also they found a few banks, even now, are guilty of such offenses like Credit Suisse, Hong Kong Bank. So in Malaysia, if you remember 1MDB, M-Bank was heavily involved. They actually set up a secret bank account for the ex-prime minister and siphon or money launder money through this account. So in the end, M-Bank have to pay, I think, something like 2 billion or 3 billion ringgit fine to settle the case, right? So there are many bankers involved. Goldman Sachs was involved in the 1MDB scandal. They are the ones who set up the bond sales, and then they are the ones that were responsible for, helping to siphon out those money also, Goldman Sachs. So Goldman Sachs are involved in a lot of scandals as well. They also paid some fines, but the Malaysian government not happy with the fines. So recently they're going to appeal to get more fines off from Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs business model is very simple. They will get the staff to do all these things. So if things blow up, they will always say that they never tell the staff to do that. So in Goldman Sachs, one guy went to jail, a Malaysian gentleman, sentenced to 10 years jail. Goldman Sachs ex-manager or senior staff. Okay, so Goldman Sachs style is when things are good, they pay good bonus, but when things blow up, they will let the staff carry the bullet. There's nothing in writing. Yeah, that is the style of bankers. So the Enron scandal shows that many of the banks are complicit in helping Enron, what they call that, do creative accounting. For example, there are one or two banks that actually bought barges, electricity barges from Enron. Why would a bank want to buy electricity barges? Because apparently they buy it for, say, 100 million. There is an agreement for Enron to buy it back at 150 million within a year. So of course the banks don't mind doing that because they buy the barge for 100 million from Enron, and then there's agreement that forces that oblige Enron to buy back the barge from the bank at 150 million a year later, and that is a pure 50% profit, yeah. So this kind of agreement is called put call options, and what happens that in Enron books, it will book a sale of this barge to this bank for 100 million, and they can book in a sale of 100 million, and they will make some profit on that and report a good figure. Then later on, when they buy it back, it'll be hidden somewhere else in the books as a purchase of fixed assets. So the creative accounting can go round and round and round with the help of auditors, with the help of bankers, and of course the CFO will be busily designing all these schemes to cheat people or to cheat the investors and to keep the balance sheet and looking very good, although it's not good, and also keep the profit and loss, untung rugi, looks very good, report a lot of profit, and those profit are actually not real profit, they are fake. They are creative accounting or false accounting profits.
The Enron fraud is the story of synergistic corruption. There are supposed to be checks and balances in the system. The lawyers are supposed to say no. The accountants are supposed to say no. The bankers are supposed to say no, but no one who was supposed to say no said no. They all took their share of the money from the fraud and put it in their pockets.
So when he say accountant, he actually referred to auditors. If the auditors say no, and publicize it, then the fraud could have been stopped earlier. But unfortunately, the auditor is also part of the gang. So how to stop? Cannot stop, unless they change auditors, unless they change auditors.
Enron paid its advisors well. In 2001, the accounting firm Arthur Andersen received $1 million a week. Enron's law firm, Vinson and Elkins.
Can you imagine they receive 1 million a week for consulting? 1 million a week, yeah. So that's pretty good income, for consulting. So 1 million US, and 52 is 52 million now. Huh.
Did nearly as well.
Everyone had their hand out at the table. They were all being paid, and as long as Enron continued, they received their fees. They were a part of the process. So it's hard now to say, oh, we didn't know anything.
Had we known then what we know now about Enron's practices, we would not have engaged in these transactions with Enron. The facts that we now have...
So all these investment banker, JP Morgan, Merrill Lynch, Citibank, all will have a short memory problem. They cannot remember or they didn't know. Usual defense. Usual defense. But how the government know is that they will confiscate the email And then from the email, there's evidence to show that they actually know. So remember, you guys, if you're caught doing anything not legal, you better delete your email. But even if you delete the email, the investigators can actually sort of recreate those data as well if they really wanted to, right? But email is considered as a document, so they can actually confiscate. So that's why when there's a crime is committed, one of the first thing the police or the investigator will do is they will confiscate your handphone and also your laptops, computers.
Have come to light about Enron, however, were not known at the time.
I believe that the Citigroup professionals involved with these transactions acted in good faith.
I'd like you here to look at one Citi email, Exhibit 333I. The email trail here is all too lurid. Oh, for instance, one email I remember where the banker writes, Enron loves these deals. They produce cash, but they don't have to show the debt on the balance sheet. Now, a high school student can figure out that the banks were all knowing participants in this wrongdoing.
Merrill Lynch assisted Enron in cooking its books by pretending to purchase an existing Enron asset when it was really engaged in a loan. The accounting sham involved the sale of an interest in 3 Nigerian barges.
Nigeria is a long way from Manhattan. Yet for some reason, toward the end of the fourth quarter in 1999, Merrill Lynch suddenly decided to buy 3 Nigerian power barges from Enron.
Nigerian power barges have nothing to do with Merrill Lynch's business. It was a blatantly illegal transaction. It was just taking the barges, getting them off Enron's books, having Merrill Lynch, if you will, warehouse them for 5 months, and then buying them back.
Mr. Martin, you've testified here today that there was no guarantee, and you said that under oath. Here's a document saying that the head of your whole division here was going to confirm that understanding.
Over the year 2001, Skilling became increasingly despondent. He'd always been a moody guy, but people who knew him said he became just increasingly volatile, show up for work unshaven, looking blurry-eyed. And I think it was the battle of holding these two totally disjointed thoughts in his mind at the same time. One is Enron, a superstar company, and the other of feeling like it was all crumbling away.
The first cracks in Skilling's public image appeared in a conference call with analysts in April 2001.
And then Jeff Skilling took questions. And about midway through the session, there was a questioner who was sort of aggressively wondering out loud why it was that Enron, as a financial services company, in effect, could not release a balance sheet with its earnings statement like most financial institutions do.
You're the only financial institution that can't produce a balance sheet or a cash flow statement with their earnings.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Asshole.
And then quite audibly.
Over the year 2001, Skilling became increasingly despondent. He'd always been a moody guy.
So this guy is under a lot of pressure now. You can see that things may collapse. So when he was at the investment conference, I think he was under a lot of pressure when somebody asked him a question that sort of very sensitive question, why you don't produce a profit and loss account for quarterly announcements. He sort of mentioned that directed to this guy, said the word asshole. So that was being picked up by the press. And it's quite amazing that a guy said that in the public to investment analysts, somebody who actually tracked the company. So that was quite funny in a way.
But people who knew him said he became just increasingly volatile, show up for work unshaven, looking blurry-eyed. And I think it was the battle of holding these two totally disjointed thoughts in his mind at the same time. One is Enron, a superstar company, and the other of feeling like it was all crumbling away.
The first cracks in Skilling's public image appeared in a conference call with analysts in April 2001.
And then Jeff Skilling took questions. And about midway through the session, there was a questioner who was sort of aggressively wondering out loud why it was that Enron, as a financial services company, in effect, could not release a balance sheet with its earnings statement like most financial institutions do.
You're the only financial institution that can't produce a balance sheet or a cash flow statement with their earnings.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Asshole.
And then quite audibly, you could hear Skilling say, asshole.
And then he said, asshole.
As I understand, you call him an asshole.
And this just caused unbelievable amounts of consternation all across Wall Street because people thought a Fortune 500 CEO losing it like this, publicly calling an investor an asshole.
If I could go back and redo things, I would not now have used the term that I used.
Mark Palmer, Enron's chief PR guy, even ran a note up to Skilling telling him to apologize, and he just took the piece of paper and tucked it under the pile of papers on his desk. And afterwards, Enron's traders, who had erupted in cheers when Skilling called this guy an asshole, made him a sign. There was a play off Enron's motto, Ask Why, and the sign said, Ask Why, asshole.
My personal feeling was that Jeff looked at the numbers and he knew that we were in a massive hole. It was the only time, but I saw him truly, truly worried about keeping the stock price up. And he just kept saying to me, I don't know what the hell I'm going to do.
The broadband business was in complete meltdown. And there were all sorts of other problems that Jeff Skilling, as the company's chief operating officer, was wrestling with. In the middle of all of this, Ken Lay walks into Jeff Skilling's office holding up fabric swatches for the new G5 $45 million corporate jet he wanted to buy. And he said to Jeff, asked him a very important question, which of these cabin configurations do you like best, Jeff?
While Ken Lay was stressing over the corporate jet, EES was headed for a crash landing. Facing $500 million in losses, Lou Pye's top lieutenant, Tom White, wondered how EES could show a profit by the end of the quarter.
One of the things that was always a strange...
So early on, you remember the Korean guy that got no destination and sitting in the office? He helped to inflate profit by a few $100 million with this organization called EES. Then, of course, he jabot lah. He's the only one that made a lot of money and didn't go to jail because he got out early. He sold his Enron stocks, right, and took the money to go and buy real estate in the ski fields and retired happily. So he's one of the winners of the Enron scandal because he didn't stay to the end. He jabot early. So he's a smart Korean guy.
Occurrence at Enron was for weeks before a quarterly report, we would be under the impression that we weren't going to make our numbers. But then somehow miraculously, we always made the numbers and then some. But then a question was asked to Tom White, how is it that we made the numbers? And his answer was one word, California.
California, here we come.
So Enron managed to get into California to be involved in the trading of electricity in California. So in America, electricity is actually in certain states are deregulated. You can actually buy and sell electricity in the futures market. So unlike Malaysia, where the prices are regulated by tenaga, in the United States, the power supply and the power demand is up and down. So there's a trading platform to trade electricity. So electricity price can go up and come down, all right? Like even petrol prices in Australia, for example, it goes up and down every day. It's traded. So when you buy petrol station, you shop around for the best one to buy. So in power, electric power, also the same. So what Enron did was Enron managed to convince the governor of California, which is Arnold Schwarzenegger, if you remember him. He's the movie star. He became the governor of California, and they convinced the government, the state government, California, to deregulate power, electricity. So Enron got into this business in the energy trading platform where they can buy and sell energy. So what they did was with their team of traders, they manipulated the electricity market, all right, to make money by trading. For example, they can control power station by talking to certain people to shut down electricity to drive up the price of electricity. Yeah. And then they would buy futures contract on the exchange, and then they will make money when the power price, electricity price go up, and vice versa. So they did a lot of manipulation of the market in California, which resulted in a lot of hardship for the people of California, because power is an essential item, right? Electricity. So by manipulating it, sometimes they create big shortages, and a lot of people suffer, like hospitals, even traffic lights, sometimes don't have power because of the manipulation. So Enron was actively involved in this particular area in California, and it helped them to make many, many millions, all right, but through unethical means, through manipulation. So that's why the video start to concentrate now on California, but because this is the only one segment of Enron that is really profitable due to its manipulation.
The first clues to Enron's new strategy hit California with a jolt.
It started at noon, rolling across the state. Sacramento, San Francisco, Beverly Hills, Long Beach, San Diego.
26,000 miles of California power lines, enough to circle the earth. But for the second day in a row, not enough electricity for America's largest state and the world's sixth largest economy.
The first thing we heard about this energy crisis is, well, our lights are going to go off in the middle of winter when we're using half the electricity we normally use during the summer.
The Bay Area got hit by not one, but two rolling blackouts.
We only need 28,000 to 30,000 megawatts in December. We have an installed capacity in California at the time of 45,000 megawatts. Plenty of power to meet our electric demand. Of course, we had blackouts in December.
The people who control California's power grid say once again they're worried about having to black out the northern half of the state.
When the rolling blackouts started in California, there was definitely a lot of excitement in the air. It was something new. It was something that hadn't been encountered before. It was, how is this event going to affect the price of power?
Controlled rotating outages are being implemented.
I knew that there was illegality going on. I could feel it, I could smell it, I could sense it, and there was no other explanation. Because the numbers just didn't add up. We had enough power in California. It was never about lack of supply.
So Enron manipulated the electricity market in the California. It's just like also commodities like rice in Malaysia. Rice prices going up, sugar prices going up, but there are plenty of sugar around or plenty of rice around. Now, why is the price going up? So there could be some people hoarding the product to drive up the price. Yeah. And this is exactly what happened in California, but they're not hoarding rice or hoarding milk powder or flour or sugar. They're hoarding electricity, right? So because they can buy and sell electricity online and book it, because it's a deregulated industry in California, unlike Malaysia.
When I ran for governor in 1998, not one human being asked me about electricity. This thing kind of came out of the woods as far as I was concerned, and I was trying in the early days to learn what was happening, how we could fix the problem.
California was selected by Enron as the prime place to experiment with this new concept of deregulated electricity.
Reducing electricity costs is only one benefit from choice and competition.
In 1996, under pressure from energy companies, Governor Pete Wilson and the California legislature passed a bill allowing for the deregulation of electricity.
I wasn't in the legislature in 1996, but I can tell you that there isn't a legislator alive that can tell you with any sophistication how a deregulated electricity market ought to work. Not a one.
California's deregulated system was a bizarre compromise between legislators and free market advocates. The rules were complicated and hard to follow. Inside Enron, California's system was little more than a joke. And once in place, Enron made sure that the joke would be on California.
And I remember the conversation I'd had with Ken. At the end of it, he says, well, Dave, old buddy, let me just tell you, it doesn't matter really to us what kooky rules you Californians put in place. I got a bunch of really smart people down there to figure out how to make money anyhow.
One of the smartest guys at Enron was Tim Belden, who ran the West Coast trading desk.
Tim Belden was a fervent believer in the idea of free markets, and as such, he spent hours poring over the new rules for the deregulation of California's energy industry, looking for loopholes that Enron could exploit to make money.
He found plenty. After the bankruptcy, a confidential memo surfaced revealing the names of Belden's strategies to game the California market. Wheel out, get shorty, fat boy. Recently, audio tapes of the Enron traders were discovered.
What do you want to call this project? I have a catchy name for that. How about, something friendly like Death Star?
The tapes revealed Enron's contempt for any values except one, making money.
Hey, John, it's Tim. The regulatory is all in a big concern about is we're wheeling power out of California. He just steals money from California to the tune of $1 million.
So they're creating, these traders, Enron traders are creating artificial shortages by buying the electricity and channeling it out of California and to create artificial shortage in California. And they know this in advance. So they would have bought the electricity futures on the exchanges in California. And then when they sort of send this power out of California to somewhere else, of course, there'll be a shortage. Then power price go up because demand and supply. And then they would sell their contracts and make big money from there. This is like a form of inside trading, insider trading, because they are the ones who know when the shortage will come. Yeah. So they will hide the power. Then when the power price go up, they will send the electricity. They will send the electricity back to California and sell it. So this is unethical, unethical, but that's how they make their money, profits.
Okay, he arbitrages the California market to the tune of $1 million or $2 a day.
An arbitrage opportunity has been defined to me as any opportunity to make abnormal profit. So an abnormal profit would be returns above and beyond the norm. I was told that a good trader is a creative trader, and a creative trader is a trader that can find arbitrage opportunities.
One of those opportunities was called Ricochet.
I'll see you guys. I'm taking mine to the desert.
In the midst of the energy shortages, Enron traders started to export power out of the state. When prices soared, they brought it back in.
So we fucking export like a motherfucker.
Booked the transmission line we had the rights on and said to California utilities, if you want to use the line, pay us. By the time they agreed to meet our price, rolling blackouts had already hit California, and the price for electricity went through the roof. Did you have any knowledge that this was happening?
The only thing that I'm aware of, Senator, is there was a difference of opinion on the rules of the independent system operator. It was just set up. The rules weren't quite clear.
We have traders here from Enron who were saying they did something wrong, but you don't see anything wrong. I have one last question, and then I am done.
Traders soon discovered that by shutting down power plants, they could create artificial shortages that would push prices even higher. Traders made nearly $2 billion for Enron.
Stick around.
The Enron traders never seem to step back and say, wait, is what we're doing ethical? Is it in our best long-term interests? Does it help us if we totally rape California? Does that advance our goals of nationwide deregulation? Instead, they sought out every loophole they could in order to profit from California's misery.
Temperatures in California are hitting higher than 100 degrees, fueling wildfires and fears that California's strained power grid could once again near collapse.
What's happening? There's a fire under the core line. It's been derated from 45 to 2100. Burn, baby, burn. That's a beautiful thing.
I was never comfortable on the trading floor at Enron. And if I had questions, I didn't ask them because I didn't want to know the answer. I didn't want confirmed what I suspected might be true. That what I was doing was in fact unseemly, or was at least unethical, if not worse.
Why did the traders do what they did? Was it their multi-million-dollar bonuses? Or had Enron found a way to exploit the darker side of human behavior?
In the early 60s.
So like just now, we discussed, does ethics have a melting point? Huh? So 500,000 ringgit, nobody. 1 million ringgit to do something unethical, some volunteers. If it's 5 million or above, I think a lot of people would melt. So they say that ethics may have a melting point depending on how much money was offered and whether it is safe or not for them personally. Would they get caught? That's another criteria.
Stanley Milgram tried to figure out what characteristics there were of evil people. Was there an evil strain, or could normal people do really bad things? And so he set up this experiment. In the experiment, he had an actor playing an experimental subject and a real experimental subject.
You want to step right in here, learner, and have a seat here?
They went into this room, and he had an experimenter say, we're going to see if mild electric shocks will help people memorize lists.
Incorrect. We'll now get a shock of 75 volts. Soft hair. He kind of did some yelling in there.
The Milgram experiment has a lot to say about Enron because I think people lost their sense of morality. Like Milgram, once you accepted the idea that behaving inhumanely was okay, you could do anything. And the shocks increased with the number of mistakes that they made.
I can't stand the pain. Let me out of here. Stand it. I'm not going to kill that man. There.
The subject, the real subject, is begging the scientist-looking person to stop too, and the scientist only says, the experiment requires that you continue.
Please continue. Go on, please.
You accept all responsibility?
The responsibility is mine, correct. Please go on.
In a way, Skilling was almost like the guy telling those people below him that it was okay to up the power.
420 volts.
California's electric utilities may have to pull the plug on millions of customers.
It's the fucking coolest thing I've done in a long time. Yeah, holy fuck, yeah. You gotta...
Milgram's discovery was disturbing. 50% of the subjects were willing to shock to the death, so long as the commands came from a seemingly legitimate source.
Yeah, they're out there having fun in the cold California sun.
Tonight I'm declaring a state of emergency in California to give the state the authority and the resources to keep the lights on in California.
The governor, who's been basically capitulating to the demands of the energy companies and the utility companies, needs to put his foot down. We wanted the governor to send in the state police or the National Guard to seize control of the power plants and put them back online.
And I thought we didn't have to take over every plant. We really only had to take over one, because then they would know he meant it.
I'm going to get the $9 billion back that Enron, Dynergy, and Reliant stole from us and get it back to you.
Despite what the people in California think, Enron's making money despite California, not because of California.
The year-long energy crisis would cost the state of California $30 billion.
The markets in California are the most regulated markets in North America today. And that's what's causing the problem. California is never deregulated. Enron buys stock today. Thank you very much.
We are doing the right thing.
You're the good guys.
We are the good guys. We are on the side of angels.
Oh, I can't help myself. You know what the difference is between the state of California and the Titanic? And this is being webcast. I know I'm going to regret this. At least when the Titanic went down, the lights were on.
A top executive at one of America's biggest power companies received a raucous welcome in San Francisco tonight. Protesters heckled Enron CEO Jeffrey Skilling outside and inside during his appearance at the Commonwealth Club. One of the protesters even brought a blueberry pie and delivered it herself.
$132 million is what he made. We have a 50% hike in utility rates.
Consumers in California are angry, and they should be. And if we had anything to do with this, then we are the stupidest people in the world.
I work for an organization. Every day people call saying they can't pay their electricity bills.
Millions of dollars off in California. Get out of here.
When the tidal wave of public anger started to grow, Ken Lay flew out here and convened a meeting of friends, and I guess he had a little more foresight than we did. He invited Arnold Schwarzenegger, brought him together at the Peninsula Hotel, and had a lunch meeting. The notes from that meeting really still have never surfaced, but We know that Ken Lay's pitch was, we've got to stay the course with deregulation and the market will correct itself and everything will turn out fine. Now, at the time, we didn't understand really why he was so concerned, but now we do. The fact is that Ken Lay was out here because he understood that Enron itself was a house of cards. And if deregulation were to collapse, that Enron itself would collapse.
But Ken Lay had a trump card. In the midst of the energy crisis, his friend George W. Bush became president.
I, George Walker Bush, do solemnly swear.
I, George Walker Bush, do solemnly swear.
Ken Lay is going to be Secretary of Energy.
Get out of here.
No. How great would that be for all the players in the market?
It'd be great. I'd love to see Ken Lay be Secretary of Energy.
Ken Lay did have easy access to the Bush administration. On April 17th, he met with Vice President Dick Cheney and strongly argued against the imposition of federal price caps in California.
We're doing everything we can to help in California on a short-term basis. There's not a lot you can do. You can't manufacture kilowatts in the West Wing of the White House.
We're fighting with both hands tied behind our back. We no longer have the power to stop this. If the federal government doesn't help us, we're a dead duck.
At the time, Gray Davis was a likely candidate to run for president. Ken Lay knew that might give his friend George Bush a political reason to oppose California's appeals for federal price controls.
They know full well my administration's belief that price controls will not solve the problem.
His view was that the federal government really shouldn't get involved. This is California's problem. And I'm saying, with all due respect, Mr. President, our law said the federal government regulates this. So it is your problem. And you make appointments to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. So we had a polite but spirited discussion on that. And he
So that's why Enron doesn't want price control in electricity, because it's price control, that means the price cannot go up already. It will stay at a certain ceiling level. Then Enron cannot make money. So that's why when George Bush became the president, Ken Lay and George Bush are good friends. So I think they had a private meeting and George Bush actually stopped the imposition of price caps in California. So that means electricity power can go as high as it needs in time of shortages. And of course, because Enron manipulates the electricity market by playing around with the supply, they would stand to make a lot of money if there's no price control. If there's price control, it means their ability to make money will be sort of limited. So that's why politics and business sometimes they also campur. Even in America, not just in Malaysia, America as well.
He says, I just can't be of help to you on that.
As I said from the very beginning of my administration, we'll work to help California in any way we can. And the best way we can is to be good citizens.
FERC, the federal agency which regulates energy in America, refused to intervene.
What was FERC doing, and why was it not taking action?
The chairman of FERC was Pat Wood, the man Ken Lay had personally recommended for the job.
It was easy for FERC to do Enron's bidding because all they had to do was do nothing, which they did very well.
Federal regulators are being pressured to act by the now Democratic-controlled Senate, where hearings...
A Democratic Senate forced FERC to impose regional price caps. That ended the energy crisis, but not the political one.
Did Ken Lay and George Bush have a political agenda to blame the energy crisis on Gray Davis?
Hello?
It's one of those only in California stories. The state's unpopular governor, Gray Davis, beset by an ailing economy and a $38 billion budget deficit, faces possible recall. And rumored as a possible replacement for Davis, movie star Arnold Schwarzenegger.
The Terminator? We'll see whether he's back or not.
Gray Davis has terminated opportunities, and now it's time we terminate Gray Davis.
Could I predict a phony energy crisis as a result of deregulation? Yes. Could I predict that Arnold Schwarzenegger would be our governor as a result of deregulation? Never would have come up with that. That's like a bad science fiction movie.
Apparently we have all been wrong. It is pronounced California. Ladies and gentlemen, the governor of the great state of California, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
We could just hear rumbles all the way up and down Main Street here and all throughout the city that things were very difficult at Enron. One guy who a year before had come to me and said, I'm working for Enron, I was very excited, but within a year was waking up every night with nightmares. I've got no life left, and I feel like I'm being consumed by this company.
As doubts began to surface about the company and the erratic behavior of its CEO, Enron's stock began to fall.
I remember one of the most poignant meetings I'd ever had with Jeff. I had left Enron, and I had come over to talk about whether or not I would return to Enron. I said, Jeff, you've got a real problem. The traders, they will cut your throat if they think it will get them to the trough sooner. Jeff was silent. And he looked out the window, and he looked back at me and he said, yeah, Amanda, you're most likely right. By the end, the traders ran Enron. You know, the inmates had taken over the asylum.
All through the summer, the stock continued to decline. There was a buzz that a major announcement was going to take place, but we all thought that Ken Lay was leaving Enron and that he had been asked by the Bush administration to join his administration. But that wasn't the case at all. It was Jeff Skilling announcing that he was stepping down as a CEO, and that took everyone by surprise. No one could believe that.
CEOs generally don't just resign out of the blue without a well-orchestrated PR campaign beforehand to pave the way so there's no disruption, there's no questions, there's no front-page stories, which of course is exactly what happened. It was at that point that I knew the architect of the disaster knows that it's crumbling and the rat is leaving the sinking ship.
2 days later, I met with him and Ken Lay, as I had informed the company that I was going to downgrade the stock on Skilling's resignation. I asked Jeff Skilling, are there any more shoes to drop? Have we seen the worst of it? And I was concerned about the energy crisis that was occurring in California. Well, Skilling convinced me that it was for personal reasons. I left his meeting feeling sort of emotional because of the concern that he seemed to be showing about the relationship he had with his family. He appeared to be distraught. And I remember saying to an investor, if he's not telling the truth, then it's a good thing he quit his day job because he needs to go to Hollywood.
I left Enron on August 14, 2001 for personal reasons.
Mr. Skilling, a massive earthquake struck Enron right after your departure. And people in far inferior positions to you could see cracks in the walls, feel the tremors, feel the windows rattling. And you want us to believe that you sat there in your office and had no clue that this place was about to collapse.
On the day I left, on August 14th, 2001, I believe the company was in strong financial condition.
I think he was smart enough, and he didn't even have to be that smart. He had seen documents that I think predicted the future. I think he was smart enough to think, I can get out now, and this company isn't going to collapse for a year, maybe a year and a half, so I won't get the blame. It was working fine when I left, guys.
After Skilling resigned, Enron's chairman, Ken Lay, took over as CEO.
Boy, I didn't expect that. But thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I'm delighted to be back. I'm sorry Jeff did resign.
It was a stunning announcement that he was stepping down as the CEO. And I think the flags started going up at that point for everybody.
We are facing a number of challenges, but we're managing them. Indeed, I think the worst of that's behind us, and the business is doing great. We're not the only stock that's decreased in value this year. It's just that we've been hit a little harder than many others. If a few of these other problems disappear, like California, like India, I think the worst is over, and I'm excited.
August 14th, 2001, Jeff Skilling abruptly resigns. I mean, that made me angry. It made loads of employees angry. I mean, there was a real sense of betrayal by the employees. I mean, this was Jim Jones feeding us the Kool-Aid and then deciding not to drink it himself.
The day after Skilling resigned, Sharon Watkins sent a letter to Ken Lay.
So the lady you saw just now, Sharon Watkins, was the whistleblower. She was the internal auditor of Enron. She's the one who actually found out these creative accounting issues, and she reported to Ken Lay. Obviously, the report to the Hantu, no use, right? So she need to escalate to somewhere higher. So Sharon Watkins, very, very brave lady to take on this role of whistleblower. But I think after this episode, it'll be difficult for her to get a job again. So she's now touring the world as the CEO of this whistleblowing organization, and she makes her living by giving lectures on the whistleblower.
Begin with Ms. Watkins.
I am Sharon Watkins.
Would you identify your counsel for the committee?
Yes, my counsel is Mr. Philip Hilder.
When you hear the story for the first time, it's unbelievable. What Sharon was telling me was more than accounting irregularities as such. I mean, it was a massive fraud of enormous proportions.
In mid to late June of 2001, upon the resignation of Cliff Baxter, I went to work directly for Mr. Fastow.
It has evolved to the corporate crime of the century.
I was highly alarmed by the information I was receiving.
What Sharon Watkins discovered began the unraveling of Fastow's complex partnerships.
Andy put me in charge of this asset listing, and there were about a dozen assets that had been hedged with one of Andy's entities, the Raptors. And so I was working with a spreadsheet, and the math just didn't add up. It didn't make sense to me. I mean, accounting doesn't get that creative. I couldn't believe that Arthur Andersen had signed off on it. I couldn't believe that so many people were going along.
Behind Fastow's partnerships were enormous guarantees of Enron's stock. Fastow had gambled Enron's future on the hope that its stock would never fall.
My first reaction was that I should warn Ken Lay. The day after Skilling left, I sent this one-page anonymous letter. But within a week, I was meeting with Ken Lay. I'd identified myself in the hopes of really making my point that Enron needed to address this situation. I mean, companies rarely get away with cooking the books, but when they do survive, it's when they come clean, not when they're exposed from the outside.
Ms. Watkins, I went...
Ms. Watkins did not talk to me, Senator.
Well, Ms. Watkins said Clifford Baxter told her that he met with you repeatedly to express his concern.
Cliff and Andy had a they didn't like each other. They had a very strained personal relationship, and Cliff's issue had nothing to do with the appropriateness or inappropriate.
So the normal defense for the ex-CEO is to not disclose that he's not aware of the situation, that he doesn't know. So plead ignorance. That's the main defense, and blame it on the other staff, primarily the CFO and accounting staff.
Appropriateness of the transaction. Everything.
I'd mentioned Cliff Baxter in these memos, and I remember I made the comment to him, well, you're one of the good guys. You were one of the people fighting against this, and it'd be all right. And he said, oh, I don't think it's going to be all right for any of us involved in this.
When I started working on the book with Sharon, I was interested in writing about a whistleblower. People don't really appreciate what she did and the bravery that it took in that company.
Andy Fastow would not have put his hands in the Enron candy jar without an explicit or implicit approval to do so by Mr. Skilling.
I can't for the life of me see what basis she would have for suggesting that I would know some of that. I mean, how would she know that? And I don't see that it's at all inconsistent that there would be some things I don't know if some people purposely kept me from knowing some things.
I felt like I was one lone voice within Enron saying, look, we've committed horrible fraud. And of course, all hell broke loose. Within 6 short weeks, Enron was spinning out of control.
Probably in more normal circumstances, I would have had a few more words to say about September the 11th. Just like America's under attack by terrorism, I think we're under attack. And of course, now we've got the SEC inquiry, informal inquiry.
The SEC launched an investigation when the Wall Street Journal published articles revealing Fastow's murky deals. Enron announced massive financial restatements. Investors began to worry that billions in mark-to-market profits were really losses.
As you can, of course, see, the underlying fundamentals of our businesses are very strong. Indeed, the strongest they've ever been. But regrettably, that's not what Wall Street is focusing on, and I doubt that's what you're focusing on. This inquiry will take a lot of time on the part of our accountants and lawyers and others, but it will finally put these issues to rest.
At the very moment Ken Lay was talking to employees, only a few blocks away, Enron's accounting firm, Arthur Andersen, had begun destroying its Enron files. On October 23rd, Andersen shredded more than 1 ton of paper.
So Arthur Andersen partners panicked and started to tell staff to destroy working papers. And this is what got them into trouble, because shredding of working paper is illegal. You cannot destroy working papers, huh?
Despite the rumors, despite the speculation, the company is doing well, both financially and operationally.
He was making all kinds of statements, reassuring employees, and not just employees, reassuring investors. We have no accounting irregularities. The company's in the best shape it's ever been in.
Now, from the standpoint of Enron stock, we're going to bring it back. We're going to bring it back. All right, we're down to questions. And I've got a few up here. I would like to know if you are on crack. If so, that would explain a lot. If not, you may want to start, because it's going to be a long time before we trust you again.
It certainly wasn't clear to anyone at Enron, much less anyone outside of Enron. It wasn't really clear what was going on or what was going to happen.
I know there's a lot of speculation about Andy's involvement. I and the board are also sure that Andy has operated in the most ethical and appropriate manner possible.
The next day, Andy Fastow was fired when the Enron board discovered that he had made more than $45 million from his LJN partnerships.
Question, Mr. Fastow, is how could you believe that your actions were in any way consistent with your fiduciary duties to Enron and its shareholders, or with common sense notions of corporate ethics and propriety? How do you answer, sir?
Mr. Chairman, on the advice of my counsel, I respectfully decline to answer the questions based on the protection afforded me under the United States Constitution.
Andy, in many ways, I think he was set up as the fall guy. All of the Enron executives were saying, there's your man, Andy Fastow, he's the crook. You know, he's the one that stole from Enron, stole from LJM. He's the one that cooked the books. Go after him.
I've thought about this, and it couldn't have just been a few executives at Enron that made this happen. If you think of the banks involved, Chase, Morgan, Citibank, the billions in loans, Arthur Andersen. What about Vincent and Elkins, the lawyers that represented us? There had to have been complicity across the board because it was all too easy. All too easy.
The Enron collapse was an enormous tragedy. This is a company that had over 30,000 employees. And clearly in a company that size, you have a lot of senior officers that have a lot of authority in which you place enormous trust. Clearly in this case, there was at least one, Andy Fastow, that betrayed that trust. To the extent that I did not know what he was doing, that he obviously didn't share with me what he was doing, then indeed I cannot take responsibility for what he did.
I never heard him say I take responsibility for a thing. Sounded to me like...
Yeah, so the same thing, the chairman also blamed the CFO, right? he doesn't know what's happening, and the CFO did everything on his own.
Like the wonderful movie Chicago, I was reminded of the puppet strings and the dancers and the tap dancing and pointing at the gun. I mean, everybody's in step but Johnny.
I continue to grieve, as does my family, over the loss of the company. Linda and I saw our net worth reduced from several $100 million down to something less than $20 million on a net worth basis. And of course, as you said, about $1 million or less in liquidity.
I don't know whether I'd be rather be shot as a crook or as an idiot.
I believe the only venue for me is the Ride of Broken Dreams.
Oh, you mean the Enron ride? Let's go.
Enron hit the national psyche. It hit it as sort of the time-tested lesson, and that is if it looks too good to be true, sometimes it is.
We're all going to be rich!
Broke even!
It is my belief that Enron's failure was due to a classic run on the bank.
Don't look now, but there's something funny going on over there at the bank, George. I've never really seen one, but that's got all the earmarks of being a run.
On December 2nd, 2001, less than 4 months after Skilling's resignation, Enron declared bankruptcy.
I remember it was just a strange kind of a surreal day. We learned around 9:30 about the bankruptcy and that we were all being let go. We all felt like we were on the Titanic and the last lifeboats had long gone and we were just now on the sinking ship. We had 30 minutes to leave the building, and at that point, it was no longer like being on the Titanic. It was kind of like being on the Lusitania. The torpedo had hit, and there's 20 minutes to get out.
There's a lot of disbelief. Very few of the rank and file people ever dreamed that Enron would actually go bankrupt. And then all of a sudden it was like a ghost town. I can remember going into the old building on certain floors late in the afternoon or evening, and it was scary. There'd be like papers blowing around and nobody there, and it was very eerie.
Mr. Skilling, your opening statement was extremely compassionate to the employees. And I want to show you a tape, and I believe we have it ready to go. Listen to this.
Should we invest all of our 401k in Enron stock? Absolutely. Don't you guys agree?
Why is it that you had begun unloading your stock pretty heavily before that date, and yet led the employees to think they should keep buying stock?
Ms. Senator, I have been a major shareholder in Enron Corporation, and you can take the videotape to mean what you want it to mean. I was a supporter of Enron Corporation.
You know what happened to those people. They lost everything.
I feel terrible about what happened to the employees.
Well, at one time, things were really rosy for us, and we all had some really nice-looking 401ks and pensions, and it peaked, and then it just started going down, and it went lower and lower and lower. The peak, I had about $348,000, and I sold it all for $1,200. Was what I got for it when it was done.
While Enron's stock was plummeting, the retirement accounts of Enron's rank-and-file workers were frozen.
We were frozen out of our accounts. It was right about $32, I believe. And over that time, from when it was frozen to when it opened up, I think it went down to 9. And we could not access it. And what came out later that was so bad was the fact that Ken Lay and Skilling and all the top people were moving their money then. But we couldn't.
The insiders had sold off $1 billion of their stock
Compare that to the lineman who worked for a state-owned utility company for most of his life, put away money each month, and what's he have to show at the end of the day for his years of hard and decent labor? He gets a big goose egg. And Pi is out in Hawaii somewhere with $350 million in the bank. That's wrong.
There's still, to this city, a layer of anger and upset. I am still doing counseling 3 years later with some families. With some of those who are most reflective, it's gone to a deeper layer. And they are looking at the corporate culture itself in this country. You know, you can gain the whole world and all the trinkets and all the trophies of the world, the corner office and all the perks. And you really can lose your soul in the midst of this.
On January 25th, 2002, 7 weeks after the Enron bankruptcy, Cliff Baxter committed suicide.
With the media hounding him because he was mentioned in my memos, and the fact that he had been sued civilly because he'd cashed in for about $30 million worth of stock, I guess it all came crashing down on him. I think Cliff's suicide note tells it all. You know, where there was once great pride, now there is none.
It's very hard for me to talk about Cliff. We were very close for many years. And he was a wonderful, wonderful man. But a lot of who Cliff was tied up in how he had succeeded at Enron. It is hard to look at your life's work and say, it's failed. But you have to take a long, cold look at yourself and say, who was I? Who did I become? And realize that you may have seen your shadow.
Andy Fastow pled guilty to conspiracy to commit wire fraud. He agreed to forfeit $23 million in assets. His sentence was reduced to 10 years in exchange for testifying against other Enron executives.
Why Enron? Why not WorldCom or Tyco or Global Crossings? Ultimately, in Enron, the fatal flaw was the sense that brains and wiliness could outthink the way that the system eventually will work.
In 2004, Jeff Skilling was indicted for insider trading and conspiracy to defraud investors. Pleading innocent, he paid his attorneys a retainer of $23 million to defend him.
Enron should not be viewed as an aberration, something that can't happen anywhere else, because it's all about the rationalization that you're not doing anything wrong. We've involved Arthur Andersen, we've involved the lawyers, the bankers know what we're doing. There's a sense, the diffusion of responsibility. Everyone was on the bandwagon, and it can happen again.
Enron's accounting firm, Arthur Andersen, was convicted of obstructing justice. With its reputation for honesty destroyed, America's oldest accounting firm fell along with Enron, and 29,000 people lost their jobs. Enron shareholders are suing Enron and its banks for $20 billion. Ken Lay was also indicted for conspiracy to commit fraud. His attorney maintains that no one has been hurt more by the Enron bankruptcy than Ken Lay.
Nice quality to show up this morning.
With today's arrest of Ken Lay, the top echelon at Enron has now been called to account for their crimes.
Mr. Lay, you have anything to say, sir? A little later today, I'll help.
Looking at Enron is like looking at the flip side of so much possibility, because like most things that end terribly, it didn't start out that way. It started with a lot of people who thought they were changing the world, and over time they became victims of their own hubris, victims of their own greed. And so it's like taking so much promise and possibility and looking at it in a mirror and seeing the flip side reflected back at you.
I think the larger lesson was what Enron asked of its employees, which was ask why. And, you know, I didn't ask myself why enough. I didn't ask managers why enough. I didn't ask my colleagues why enough.
suck.
So both Ken Lay and this Jeff King, they were found guilty and were sentenced to quite uh, lengthy jail sentences, more of 20 years. Jeff King went in and is still in jail. I think he's negotiate to come up lah on some kind of plea bargain in return for early release. Henley was sentenced to 20-year jail, but he didn't have to serve a single day. Reason why? He died of a heart attack shortly after his conviction. And under American law, he has, because he lodged an appeal, they cannot record a conviction against him because he died before his appeal could be heard. So he's quite a smart guy. By doing that, his wife get to keep the assets lah. So maybe Henley died intentionally. I'm not sure. Andrew Fastow, I think 10 years jail and so on, and a few other bankers got jail as well. Okay, so read through your chapter 2 notes. Chapter 2 notes on Enron and chapter 1. Next week, we will start off with your quiz. We'll do it together in class. The quiz actually asks you what in the Companies Act 2016 has to do with financial statements and auditing. You will go through that, which is your assignment, and how to audit fixed assets, and what are the different type of auditors. We'll do it together in class. I think for this quiz, it will be done individually lah. Do it in the Microsoft Words, don't PDF it, and we will go through it together in class. Okay, how to tackle that. For the assignment, can you all form maybe groups of 6? Leave it up to you all to form a group. You post your group member's name in your group in the WhatsApp. This week, you're going to figure out who you want to join with. This for the assignment. For the pembentangan, the presentation one, maybe we can go by the same group. I'm not sure yet. But form your group first for the assignment, all right, the 20-mark assignment, and then we will discuss the one on the quiz, on how to go about doing it. But for the for the pembentangan, whether it's by group or individual, but for the first one, quiz, it'll be individual for individual. Okay, any questions before we sign off for the day? Any
Hello.
questions? Yes.
I have a question. Can we have 4 members in one group?
Yeah, you can have. You want a single member? Is it only one member, or you have more than 6?
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes. Yes, Muhammad.
Hi, so actually we already have 4 members for the previous courses. So can we maintain that?
Yeah, sure, can. You can. You want to stick to 4 only lah, not 6 lah.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. So you decide
Thank you,
among
sir.
yourself whether it's 4 or 6 lah.
Okay, sir.
Since you're already existing group, you have worked with each other. Sorry? So you can have 4, 5.
For
Yeah.
attendance, I will send the attendance in group.
Yes,
in
yes.
WhatsApp
Correct.
group.
Yep. To the WhatsApp group, okay. The Q&A chat box is working now. The chat box cannot work, but the Q&A works, so we will use the Q&A to communicate lah. Okay. Happy Mother's Day to all those who are mothers. Today is Mother's Day, sir. So you may want to go out and celebrate. Do you have a class after this, or no more class already?
We have, sir.
Oh, okay, you can celebrate tonight lah for those mummies lah, mother. Okay, so next week we will go through the quiz together in class. You form a group and you post in your WhatsApp the group, and then stick to the group lah. Okay, so have a good day for the rest of the day, and I'll see you next week. Read through your chapter 1 and chapter 2. Yeah, chapter 2 is on the Enron background, which will be assignment, maybe exam also. You need to know the history of it. It's a very interesting case. It's one of the biggest scandals of the world. Actually, it's much bigger than our 1MDB. 1MDB actually is nothing compared with Enron. So do know the case. If you have not known the case, you should know lah, because this is a very famous case. So you do not know, that means you need to be well versed with it. Okay. WorldCom is another one that's closely related to Enron. Do a Google on WorldCom, and then we will also discuss a bit about WorldCom. Okay. All right. So we will sign off now, and I will see you next week. Okay. Yeah. Have a
Sir,
good
a
afternoon.
question.
Yeah. Yes. Suddenly.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes.
Is usually we are customary practice is we conduct a presentation in group by
Yes.
recorded format.
Yeah. That's why you can do that. Video or audio.
It's a video audio.
Yeah. Please do that. Yeah, we're gonna do that. So you do it in a group, and all 5 of you will appear, or 4 of you appear in the video, or just one.
Yes, of 5 of us.
That's excellent. That would be excellent. So if that's the case, we can do it in a group. If you have the technology, you're gonna do it by Microsoft Teams or something and record it at the same time, right? So all your faces are there. Yeah, that'd be great.
Probably.
Yeah. Okay, that'd be great. So the rest, you can form your group for. I guess it'd be convenient to have the same group also lah. So assignment will be the same group with the presentation also lah. That'd be convenient, right? Because you already know each other, right? So I suggest that you'll be the same group, same group lah, if you can lah. If cannot, then you can have a different group, but do put your names at the top. Yeah. So next week we will do the quiz. Quiz will be single or individual. Okay. So the quiz individual, assignment is group, and the pembentangan also group.
Oh, it should be a presentation for next week.
No, won't be so soon. Next week we do the quiz first, but you can start preparing already, your presentation. The question is actually in your WhatsApp. It's talking about you choose a company to audit whether it comply with corporate governance. I suggest you choose Enron. You can choose Enron. You already know the story, You can choose Enron. You can choose WorldCom. You can choose a Malaysian company. It's up to you lah. But of course, if you choose Enron, you already know the story, right? They don't comply with a lot of best practice. The best practice is actually in the Code on Corporate Governance 2021, which is actually in the question. So you run through the points, you can mark a tick if they qualify, a cross if they don't qualify. And then as you present it, you can base it on that table. So for Enron, I think it failed miserably, right? But you may want to choose another company, it's up to you. A lot of the students last year, they choose this company called Transmile, which is another company that has problem in Malaysia. Where you Google, you find some story in Transmile. You can choose that also. So I leave it up to you all to choose the company you want. But Enron is an easy, low-hanging fruit because we're already doing it. And then you find a lot of the facts are already in your lecture notes also. Yeah. So is a 15-minute presentation too long or just nice?
Just nice, 15 minutes.
Yeah, 15 minutes, just nice lah. Okay, any more questions before we hang up? I hope you find it very interesting, the Enron documentary. I personally find it quite fascinating, looking into the brains of the CEO and also the CFO and the chairman, and the bankers, how corrupted they can be even in a Western country, like United States, supposed to be a top in terms of corporate governance, and you find this kind of things happening there, and it's still happening. It's still happening. Recently, you have Credit Suisse, UBS, big companies with big time fraud. Billions involved. Even now, it's still happening. So every 4 or 5 years, you get something blow up. Yeah. Okay, no more questions. Then we will see you next week. Okay. So have a good afternoon. Okay.
Thank you,
bye.
Sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank
okay.
you, sir.
Bye. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Bye.